Look, I'll be the first to admit that I wasn't looking for anything serious. I'd just gotten divorced, moved back to my hometown, and wanted a little fun. Nothing complicated, no strings attached. And that's how I ended up seeing Luke, my friend's boyfriend's cousin. He was cute, had that country boy charm. He'd just broken up with his high school sweetheart a few months ago. I guess by broken up, I mean that she was still very much in the denial stage. I just didn't know that yet. I'd never heard of Krista before, but I'd learned later that everyone in town knew about her. She was the kind of ex that didn't believe in the word ex, the kind that shows up at your job unannounced, the kind that makes fake profiles to see what you're up to, the kind that, apparently, wasn't afraid of a little vehicular homicide. Again, I just didn't know that yet. Luke and I were doing what country people do, driving around aimlessly at night, windows down, music low, talking about everything and nothing. We weren't in a rush, just killing time, rolling through empty roads, when I noticed a car behind us, close behind. Luke, that car is... Before I could even finish my sentence, bam, the truck lurched forward. My seatbelt cut into my chest as my head snapped back against the headrest. My stomach dropped. What the hell? I gasped, turning around. It was Krista. And she wasn't just following us. She was chasing us. I remember Luke swearing under his breath and hitting the gas. His old truck wasn't built for high-speed chases, obviously, but that didn't stop him from trying. We whipped down the side street, but Krista stayed right behind us. Then, another hit. Bam. The impact sent us skidding sideways. My heart was pounding so hard, it felt like my ribs were rattling. I remember screaming at Luke, oh my God, what is she doing? Luke was gripping the wheel so tight his knuckles were white. Being fucking crazy, that's what, he responded. I fumbled for my phone, hands shaking as I dialed 911. It rang once, twice. No answer. You've got to be kidding me. I actually screamed at my phone. I tried again. Still nothing. Meanwhile, Krista hit us again. This time, hard enough that the tires screeched against the pavement. Luke, we have to go somewhere. The police station. Yes, go. Luke swerved onto the main road, and for the first time, I thought we might actually get away. Krista's car fell back just a little, but I wasn't about to celebrate yet. My entire body was buzzing with adrenaline. My hands ached from gripping the door handle like I could somehow hold myself in place if she hit us again. We finally pulled into the police station parking lot, and for the briefest, stupidest second I felt relief, until I looked around. No cars. No officers. No one. It was completely deserted. Are you fucking kidding me? I yelled, throwing my hands up, asking someone, where the hell are the cops? Luke slammed the truck into park, breathing hard. This is some horror movie shit. Then, bam, she hit us again. I let out a scream, more from frustration than fear at this point. I couldn't believe this was actually happening. Luke threw his door open, stepping out with the exhausted rage of a man who had absolutely had enough. Krista, stop, he shouted, marching towards her car. Her door flew open, and she was out in a second, her blonde hair wild, her eyes locked on me like a heat-seeking missile. Get out of the truck, Stephanie, she shrieked. I did not. I sat my ass firmly in that seat, clutching my phone like it was a weapon. Luke stepped between us, trying to keep her back. You need to calm the fuck down. I'll show you calm, you lying piece of shit. Just then, headlights flooded into the parking lot. A police car pulled in at what could only be described as the slowest possible speed for a person who had just witnessed an attempted murder via car. Krista barely noticed. She was still trying to get past Luke, arms swinging, voice shaking with rage. That was until two officers finally decided to do their damn job. The second Krista lunged again, they tackled her to the ground, like she was a fullback going for a touchdown. I flinched as they pinned her down, her screams turning into a wailing mess of "get off of me" and "Luke, tell them I'm not crazy." Luke just stood there, hands on his hips, looking like he'd aged 5 years in one night. Eventually, the officers dragged her inside, locking her up for the night. Her mascara was streaked, her hair was a mess. She was still cursing my entire bloodline. I sat there in silence, feeling the weight of what just happened settle in. Then, out of nowhere, I just started laughing. Luke turned, giving me a look like, "Are you okay?" I shook my head, still laughing. "No, this is insane. She literally tried to kill us, and the police show up after we get battered like a frickin' piñata, and I don't know, it's crazy." He sighed, rubbing his face, telling me that it was fucking ridiculous. I leaned back, exhaling hard. Well, at least she's going to jail. For a little while, anyway. Because the next afternoon, my phone buzzed. It was my friend. Guess who bailed Krista out? I frowned at my screen. No way. But before my friend could even confirm, a second text came through from Luke. "Sorry, I can't see you anymore, and I'm really sorry about last night." I dropped my phone on my lap and stared at it for a long time. And then I picked it back up and typed, "So, when's the wedding?" Luke sent back a laughing emoji. I don't think he realized I wasn't really joking. And yeah, they did eventually get married, which is fine. They totally deserve each other. I don't usually travel alone, but this time I had no choice. A work-related trip, short notice, and hotels were either booked or way out of my budget. I found a cozy-looking Airbnb, just a small one-bedroom with a private bath. The photos looked fine, the reviews were decent and recent, and the host had a good rating. It wasn't in a bad area either, quiet, suburban, the kind of place where people walk their dogs in the morning and wave to their neighbors. From the moment I stepped inside, though, something felt off. It wasn't obvious. The place was clean. It felt bare, if anything. A bed, small table, a kitchenette, a single piece of artwork hanging above the bed, a bland, mass-produced print, the kind that you see in waiting rooms. The bathroom was tiny but functional. It wasn't the space itself that bothered me. It was just this nagging, persistent sensation that I was being watched. I did naturally try to shake it off. Of course, it just had to be nerves from staying in an Airbnb for the first time, something I'd never really done. Maybe it was just the unfamiliarity of being alone in a stranger's home. But the feeling, it wouldn't go away. I locked the door and did a quick check around the unit, looked out the window. The yard was empty. The street was quiet. I stepped outside just for a minute, glancing at the neighboring houses, checking for anything or anyone watching me. Nothing. Still, the unease lingered. By the time I got ready for bed, I couldn't stand it anymore. That suffocating awareness, like unseen eyes pressing in. I'd sort of hoped that maybe when I stepped into the bathroom it would disappear, but it was the same. I washed my face and brushed my teeth, but I opted to skip the shower. Eventually, I forced myself to go to bed. Nothing happened during the night, no noises, no disturbances, and yet as soon as morning came, the feeling was back, stronger. I didn't even bother with breakfast. I decided then and there that I wasn't staying another night. As I hurried to pack, I knocked something off the bedside table. It was just a pen, but when I bent down to pick it up, I saw something. Tiny glint of light. I froze. It was so brief, barely noticeable. A reflection from something. I stood up, scanning the room, but I saw nothing unusual. Still, my gut told me to look closer. So at that point, I was moving methodically, inspecting every surface, every object. and then my eyes landed on that framed print above the bed. Something about it didn't sit right with me. I reached up, lifted it off the wall, and there it was, a tiny camera, hidden behind the frame. It was obvious now. There was a hole in the poster, and this lens fit perfectly. But it blended into the photo masterfully. Of course, I felt sick. My entire body went ice cold as I stared at that little lens that had been watching me, recording me, most likely. I don't remember much after that. I grabbed my bag, got the hell out of there, and reported everything to Airbnb. I don't know what happened to the listing or the host, other than it got removed, but I never got a follow-up. To this day, I wonder how many people stayed there before me, how many never realized they were being watched, and worst of all, how many more places like this are out there. I woke up to the feeling of being watched. You know the eerie sensation, the one that prickles at the back of your neck, tightens your chest a bit, forces your body into full alertness before your brain even catches up. That's what did it. No sound, no movement, just an instinct so raw and undeniable that it ripped me from sleep like a bucket of ice water to the face. My eyes flickered open, and for a second I thought I was dreaming. There was a man standing over me, a stranger. I wanted to scream. I wanted to move. I wanted to do anything other than lie there like a corpse. But my body refused to cooperate. Every muscle locked up, my breath caught in my throat, my heart hammering so hard that I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. Sleep paralysis. That's what I told myself. That had to be it. I'd read about it before, waking up frozen, hallucinating figures in the room, the sensation of being trapped in your own body. That's all this was. A bad dream, a glitch in my brain. But then he moved. A slow, deliberate tilt of his head as he looked down at me and got closer, like he was studying something fragile. I forced my eyes closed. That wasn't a hallucination. That wasn't my imagination. That was real, and I was completely helpless. I don't know how long he stood there, watching me. Maybe seconds, maybe minutes. Time didn't make sense in that moment. I kept my breathing slow and even, forcing myself to stay limp, praying that if he thought I was still asleep, he'd leave. Eventually, he did. He turned and walked out of my bedroom, and after a few agonizing moments, I heard my front door close. I opened my eyes. I don't know how long I stayed frozen, waiting, listening, barely daring to breathe. When I finally convinced myself he was gone, I shot up, scrambling for my phone with trembling hands. I had to call someone, the police, a friend, anyone. But something stopped me. I had to make sure I wasn't crazy, that my brain wasn't playing some sort of trick on me. So I got up, heart pounding, stepped out of my room, inching towards the kitchen like I expected him to still be there. The apartment was eerily silent. Nothing looked out of place. No doors had been forced open. No windows shattered. My door was locked. But then I saw it, sitting on my kitchen table, placed so deliberately that there was no way I could have overlooked it before. A box cutter. Not mine. I stared at it, nausea rolling through my stomach. The realization hit me all at once, sending a cold shockwave through my body and fuzziness through my head. Someone had been in my apartment. He was real. And not only that, he'd left something behind. A weapon. I called the police. They took my statement, asked 100 questions, but I had no answers. I hadn't seen his face in the dark. I had no idea how he got in. There were no signs of forced entry, nothing stolen. But I wasn't the only one. A week later, the complex sent out an email. One of the maintenance workers had been fired for letting himself into apartments without permission. They never gave his name, never admitted what he'd done. Just a vague corporate apology and a promise that he was no longer employed with them. Well, I never slept in that apartment again. So this happened a few years ago when I was at my boyfriend's place. His bedroom has this massive window, but most of it is covered with this weird milky screen. You couldn't see through it, except for the very top, maybe about a 20-centimeter strip of clear glass. One night we were just sitting in bed talking. It was really dark outside and we weren't paying attention to much beyond our conversation. At some point I happened to glance up at the window, and there he was, a man, standing in the garden, face inches from the glass, staring straight in. For a split second, my brain just couldn't process what I was seeing. It was so surreal, like something out of a horror movie. Just a face, hovering up there in the darkness, watching us. But here's where my instincts completely failed me. Instead of screaming, hiding, or doing literally anything that would have made sense in this situation, I waved at him. And then, because my body apparently chose nervous breakdown over fight or flight, I started laughing. Like some kind of lunatic. Meanwhile, my boyfriend turned to see what I was looking at and immediately lost his shit. He scrambled out of bed, ready to charge outside, while I just sat there, still half laughing, half processing the fact that there was a full-grown man lurking in the damn garden. By the time we got outside, he was gone. Later, we found out how he had gotten up high enough to see through the uncovered part of the window. He had brought a pot from the garden, placed it under the window, and stood on it. Which means he didn't just stumble across the window and get curious. He planned to watch. He wanted to see inside. And I waved at him. So yeah, probably the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me, and I handled it in the worst possible way. I moved back into my house after having my ex legally evicted. He left the house trashed, literal piles of trash, holes in the wall, carpet beyond repair. Was working full-time and came home and cleaned for hours every night. Lying in bed, no other human being in the house, I heard 5 footsteps coming down the hall. Over the course of a few weeks, I additionally heard keys dropping on the counter, and then his recliner kicked back. There was no recliner in the house. My dog and cat heard it too. The cat would hide. The dog would give one low growl. We heard this over the course of weeks, once or twice a week. It always stopped with the sound of the recliner. And then it got worse. I fully believe that people can see and hear imaginary things due to stress, being tired, whatever. But I don't believe that that's true for dogs and cats. I'm in bed. Footsteps, keys, recliner. Then, the water in the master bathroom started running. My cat flew under the bed. My dog went into full war dog mode. Every hair on her body was up. She stood on the bed, barking, growling, licking her lips. She was ready to eat whoever was in the bathroom. Then the water stopped. The house was silent. That big, thick, heavy silence. Ears straining for any sound. I stayed still, frozen, waiting for someone to come out, but no one ever did. Eventually, my dog laid down, but kept staring at the bathroom door. There was no way that I could sleep. I psyched myself up and opened the door. No one was in there. I touched the sink and it was dry. There's no part of that event that could possibly happen. No way did I imagine the sounds because my cat and dog heard it too. There's no way the sink could be dry because we heard the water running. There's just no way. There is no way. It still blows my mind. None of it should have happened, but it did. I've never really had a scary encounter with anything paranormal, but I was friends with the ghosts at my parents' grocery store. We lived in a small town. It's pretty generous to call that tiny building a grocery store, but we loved it. My parents have since upgraded, but I'll always have a special fondness for that building. When I was 14, my parents often had me restock the shelves after closing. My dad always joked about having a ghost, but I never took him seriously. Then one day, I was on a stepladder and accidentally bumped my cart, sending it rolling just out of my reach. I jokingly said, "Hey, if there's a ghost in here, can you push that back over?" The cart had been completely still when I said that, but then it slowly inched back, gently bumping the ladder. I couldn't believe it, like that wasn't really a ghost, right? But I said thanks anyway. When it was time to move the ladder down, I left the cart where it was and asked the ghost to push it again. Just like before, it rolled to me, nice and easy. I did the same thing with the rest of the inventory and talked to the ghost while I worked. I told it my name, who my friends were, stuff that was going on at school. When I was finished restocking, I grabbed a can of raviolis and laid it on the floor. The plan was to ask the ghost questions, have it roll the can forward for yes or backwards for no. Unfortunately, it didn't move that night, but it worked a few weeks later. Maybe she was still getting to know me. She didn't answer many questions in a single night, but this was a 2-year relationship. I eventually learned that she was 12 years old, had died in a car accident right outside our store. The rest of her family survived. It happened sometime in the 70s. I once asked if she liked my family because we reminded her of her own, and she said yes. She also had a brother, so maybe I reminded her of him. I never saw her appear in physical form, but there were a few times I thought I heard her call my name. Then, when my grandmother passed away, I swear I felt her squeeze my shoulder while I was crying. When I eventually had to tell her my parents bought a bigger building, several cans went flying off the shelf. It was the only time I'd ever seen her angry. Hell, I was angry too. I asked if she could come with us, but she said no. Whether she really couldn't or just didn't want to, I'll never know. I tried going to see her in the years before I graduated, but she didn't communicate with me anymore. Once I moved away for college, I tried to put it behind me, but now it's more than 15 years later, and I still think often about her. I hope she made new friends over the years. Have you ever had to watch someone mentally break? Allow me to start from the top. My Aunt Dora married a guy named Riley. She met him working tables at the casinos. Riley was considered a high roller for the casino, and he took interest in Dora. They fell in love and got married incredibly fast. The family hadn't met Riley more than a few times, but Dora seemed truly happy. She'd been swept off her feet by a nice, normal-looking man, so the family didn't push too much on the subject. She moves in with him and nobody hears from her for months. Her Facebook details trips and excursions that she and Riley were on around the world. It was a life Dora never knew. I was happy for her, and I lived vicariously through her photos. When she came to visit, I listened to her and my mom catch up on their time apart. While they're talking, Dora mentions that she enjoys being gone so much because she hates being at Riley's alone. She says that freaky stuff always happens there. Like what? My mom asks. Dora looks down at me, then back up at my mom, and she says, "I've seen a ghost there. Not just once, but multiple times. Same ghost." She tells us that this ghost is in their garage. Riley has 3 cars parked in there, and she can see a woman walking behind them. When the lights get turned on, or a flashlight gets pointed in her direction, she ducks down and crawls out of sight. Dora stopped giving chase because she could never find the woman the previous times that she tried. And this is how she determined ghost. Hearing her say that all really scared me. My mom told me that ghosts weren't real, but Auntie Dora's seen one. When she left our house that night, I asked my mom about it, and the reply she gave me was unexpected, and it wasn't what she said, it was how she said it that made me take note. Her voice was hesitant. She chose the words she was going to say to me very carefully. Dora's under a lot of stress. I waited for more, but my mom's face told me that she herself was trying to make sense of it, puzzled and sad. From what I know, their relationship was not the ideal sister-sister friendship, and Riley felt like the wedge that might finally divide them. I didn't, but my mom knew Riley was abusive. Dora would lie about anything not to put him in a bad light. As a kid, though, I did notice that Dora's visits became more frequent. I really liked having her over, and I know deep down my mom enjoyed having her little sister around more, even though she would never admit it. She would swing by our house at least once a week, sometimes more, and along with her visits, she'd often have another story about the girl in the garage. In the span of maybe 2 months, Dora's opinion of the ghost woman had changed. She was no longer creeped out by her. She started believing the ghost needed something from her. Dora would try communicating with the figure, entering the garage with the lights off. Windows in the garage make it not completely dark inside. Dora told us that she sat in the dark and asked it questions. A few responses could have been associated with some bumps and tinks, but she didn't hear a vocal confirmation or see it manifest. If we are to consider those bumps to be answers, Dora said the spirit in the garage is a female who was murdered, and help. How can I help? Isn't a yes or no question, but the bumps stopped when Riley's car started rolling up the driveway. Dora didn't want Riley to know that she was trying to talk to ghosts in his garage, so she ran back into the house before the automatic garage doors started rolling up. Dora's story takes a segue that I was asked to leave the room for. When Riley came home that night, he expected Dora to be asleep. She didn't even realize how late it was until she ran back into the kitchen and saw that it was almost midnight. Riley leaves work, 8 o'clock at the latest, but recently he'd been coming home late. He'd given Dora a million excuses, including a sick cousin that had been visiting. That night he was supposed to be coming home from the children's hospital, but when Dora greets his entrance with a hug, he's surprised to say the least, and Dora can't help but notice Riley smells like liquor and another woman's perfume. He has scratches on his shoulders and chest, and his clothes are disheveled, belt unbuckled, shirt untucked. She called him out, and of course he denied it with another elaborate excuse that she was willing to believe. I think it was something like his nephew had a seizure in the hospital and started thrashing around. He was the only one strong enough to hold him down, and so he took most of the damage. The excuse was a landmine that Dora chose to avoid. A week passes, and when Dora visits us again, the stories are back to her ghost relationship, so I'm allowed to stay in the room. She's continued to try to talk to the ghost without anything discernible coming back. Then, behind the glow of dusk, a silhouette formed in the shape of a woman. More than a silhouette, though, because Dora could describe what this woman looked like. Red hair, thin face, wearing a blue blouse. She appeared standing on top of one of the cars furthest in the back. She looked at Dora, and Dora could see the shape of her iris outlined by the white in her eyes. Then she stepped off the car and disappeared into the darkness of the garage. Dora said it felt like the room froze over, and she had to go back inside the house. Dora's usually telling me these stories at the table, while my mom walks around pretending to tidy things up to not show interest, and in her words, enable Dora's distractions from the real turmoil going on in her house. In Mom's metaphor, Dora's fallen on more of Riley's landmines than she's avoided. I didn't know any of this was happening at the time. I was a child, so there wouldn't have been much I could have done regardless, but I believed Dora when she told us she fell off the couch and hit her arm on the coffee table. I did that last week playing with my Barbies. I understood where Dora was coming from. Though my bruise didn't resemble a handprint, I bought it, hook, line, and sinker. Thankfully, my mom was smarter and constantly begging Dora to leave Riley, to live with us, but she couldn't do it. As an adult, I'm remembering Dora had a lot of confidence issues, daddy issues. I know my mom and Dora's father, Huey, I think. Huey wasn't in their lives, besides stopping in to borrow money from my grandma and to kiss his daughters. Dora's next visit is in the middle of the night. I'm supposed to be asleep, but I listen through the bedroom door as she tells my mom about how she found out Riley was cheating on her. Real evidence, like a girl's underwear in his car and handcuffs. They were lying on the passenger seat of his car. She didn't even need to search. Right when he pulled into the garage that night, she got into the passenger seat of his car and asked him to drive her to the store. He wasn't able to stash it away. Dora loses it. She gets out of the car and starts crying and yelling at Riley, who's still in the car. He tries to lighten the blow by telling Dora that they're only hookers. He doesn't love them like he loves her. She spits on him through the passenger's open door, then slams it. He put the car in reverse and peeled out of the garage. Dora then grabbed her car keys and drove to our house. Dora stays the night that night, but leaves in the morning before I wake up. It felt like a dream, but I knew it wasn't. She also shows up again, trying her best to smile and have a sister night with my mom. I remember I already knew what was really going on, even though I shouldn't have, but still, I decided to give them some natural space. Then Dora stayed another night, and then sooner or later, she's living in my mom's yoga room, decorating it with her own style. Months go by. Our living situation is just fine, but out of nowhere, the cops show up to our house looking for Dora. They ask when's the last time she's seen Riley. That question brought the feelings and emotions back up to the surface, and Dora told the police all that entailed his departure. One of the police officers pulls out a photo and shows it to Dora. It's too high for me to see, but when both sisters cupped their hands over their mouths, I could only assume that it was something bad in that photo that they'd tell me about later, hopefully. I hated waiting for stuff as a kid, but I knew that it would have been in bad taste for them to call me over to gawk at some photos. What the police showed Dora and my mom were a crime scene photo, one that they'd taken at the motel in the next county over. Riley's interactions with females of the night went further than just sex. He was killing them. They had evidence of 3 that they could link to him. But this photo isn't of Riley's last victim. It's of Riley. He's deceased, naked, in a crouching position between the bed and the wall. He was shot to death. The woman Riley picked up that night hadn't lived in the area that long. It's a dangerous occupation. She didn't have a group. She didn't have a pimp. But she did have a gun hidden in her purse. She almost set that purse down when she walked in, but something about Riley's energy made her hold on to it a bit longer, long enough for him to try and strangle her. Smart girl. Didn't reach for his hands. She reached for her purse. It was 7 a.m. We were all standing there listening to this cop talk. This is when I saw my Aunt Dora mentally break. My mother's mouth was wide open when the cop started talking. The last emotional jolt I saw Dora display was her reaction to the picture. After that, her face was stoic, flattened with expression, like she'd been bored with what the police officer had to say. When they left, Dora stayed one more night and left the next morning before me and my mom were awake. Within, I'd say, 9 days of this whole thing, Dora used all of her savings and moved to Fairbanks, Alaska. She lives in an apartment and works at a bar. I'm pretty sure my mom said she doesn't even go by Dora anymore. My aunt did the Great American Escape. Although it was for such extreme reasons, it's nice that she took that leap into a new life. Optimism. My grandparents lived on a large farm with a sprawling farmhouse, originally built in the early 1900s. During the holidays, we'd have big family gatherings with relatives coming from all over, and one night the adults decided to go out, leaving my grandmother to watch the grandkids. This was in the mid-1980s. Once everyone was in bed, my grandmother settled into a recliner in the living room to watch TV. Not long after, she felt the distinct sensation that someone was watching her. She glanced towards the staircase and froze. Standing at the bottom of the stairs was a figure, a shadowy presence cloaked in a hood. At first, she thought that it was one of the parents, maybe heading upstairs to check on the kids. Without much thought, she said, "Don't worry, I'll go up and check on them." She stood, but when she looked again, the figure was gone. A chill ran through her, but she pushed it aside to make her way upstairs, deciding to check on everyone just in case. Room by room, she quietly looked in on the kids. When she reached my cousin's room, who was barely 18 months old, her heart sank. Through the dim glow of a nightlight, she could see my cousin struggling to breathe, pale, wheezing, and gasping intermittently. She had severe asthma and was in the throes of a dangerous attack. Panicking, my grandmother called 911, and soon my cousin was taken to the hospital, where she made a full recovery. But as my grandmother packed her up for transport, a disturbing realization hit her. There had been no one else in the house, no family members, no parents checking in, only her and the hooded figure. If the figure hadn't appeared, my cousin would have likely died that night. From that moment on, we came to call the apparition the Gray Lady. Although I was terrified of seeing her myself, I grew to believe that she was a protective spirit. Years later, we did some research on the history of the farmhouse. We discovered that a young girl had once died in a terrible accident. She'd caught her flannel nightgown on fire while holding an oil lantern. Panicking, she'd run down the stairs, the flames worsening with each step. We came to believe that the figure was the girl's mother, who might still come back, watching over the house and its children. There were other strange occurrences over the years, but this remains the most vivid and haunting experience of them all. In the 90s, I waited tables at a popular seafood restaurant. One day, my boss hired a new busboy named, swear to God, Petroni. Everyone called him Roni. Roni was from Chicago and was really a decent guy. He moved to our town because of a girl, and he'd got dumped 6 weeks later. Kind of a cliche story. But he was only 23. He didn't know better yet. He came into the restaurant just wanting to make enough money for a plane ticket home. He was only supposed to be there for a few weeks, tops. Then he met Trinity, a 44-year-old woman with a heavy drug addiction and a history of violence. Somehow they hit it off, and the next thing you know, Roni isn't in such a rush to get home. Suddenly, it's a year later, and they're living in a shotgun house downtown. Roni went from being a pothead to doing all the hard stuff with Trinity. They had to deal on the side just to support their habit, and they were always getting their lights turned off for not paying their bills. For a while, Ronnie's parents would send him money, but when they got suspicious about his drug usage, they cut him off. They still offered to buy him a plane ticket, but he couldn't have any more cash. I bought them dog food all the time just to make sure their puppy wasn't starving too. Trinity had been pretty bad off since she started working at the restaurant. We'd never seen a healthy version of her, but it was incredibly sad to watch Roni waste away, knowing how healthy and vibrant he'd been just a year before. Eventually, the inevitable happened. He got stabbed and told the police that it was a random mugging, but we always wondered if Trinity had stabbed him or if it was over a drug deal. No one was ever arrested, no surprise there. Thankfully, he survived, but he lost his gallbladder. That was the wake-up call he needed to go home. He flew back to Chicago as soon as he was well enough to travel, and we never heard from him again. no social media back then. In 2010, Trinity's body was found in a ditch. Her clothes were removed, and she'd been strangled. She was still working for the restaurant at the time, and a mutual friend told me that the police didn't come down to question any of them. When they asked about the investigation, they were told not to get their hopes up. Trinity was well known and greatly disliked by the police, so they never even put effort into finding her killer. In 2015, I sold a haunted house in the Bay Area of California. After 58 years and it affecting 3 generations with countless times of failed efforts to rid of it or cleanse it from whatever was there, I finally sold it. This all began with a Christmas gift of a spirit board gone terribly wrong in the hands of a very inexperienced 8-year-old child. That child was me. So I guess it's only fitting that I be the one that was able to sell it. We regularly had our names called out in that home, sounding like people that we knew. It wasn't just that. It was also having someone sit on our bed, something that escalated to being laid on and held down. Mirrors were a nightmare, as we always saw someone or something walking past, which would mean that whatever it was had to be at least 5 feet off the ground. It was tall, taller than we were as children, and especially taller than us as children. In our living room, anything near an antique mirror that was hanging would shatter. First we'd hear the crackle sound, and then pow. Vases, old collectibles, 60s ashtrays that are heavy and thick, and picture frame glass, all different variations of size and strength. They would all break. We heard parties happening in our backyard with lots of people talking, laughing, moving the yard furniture, and playing music. Some nights it was difficult to get any sleep, and the motion sensor lights would go on and off all night. However, if I looked outside, every sound would stop, and nothing would have been disturbed. As a teenager, I started yelling from my bed out of the window to shut up. I'm trying to sleep. And it actually worked. Over the years, the activity only increased, though. Friends complained about someone or something following them home. This was coming from people who had no idea about my little spirit board incident. These were people that knew nothing about the history of my childhood. A couple of friends had come over while we had a 1940s chalk figurine, one that levitated in a china cabinet. It was the 70s, so no pictures, but 8 witnesses. There really is just so much to unpack here, from having whatever this is follow me to wherever I've lived, and with more activity and too many experiences to print here, it started to affect my kids and then my grandkids. It followed my granddaughter and lived in the tree outside of her 2nd-story window, and before moving out, we learned its name. I bound it to the land itself by using its name. However, it's not the only thing to come through. When I removed the antique mirror last, because I didn't want it broken, the 2 brokers that I'd sold it to were present. Behind the mirror and on the wall were the shadow of 2 people looking out. This was the last property that they'd flipped, and it sat empty for almost 2 years, which is a huge loss of money. I'd like to share more, but my internet connection keeps cutting out. So that's all for now. This is a true story. My mother's mother, Isabel, was born in London in 1887, right around the time of Jack the Ripper. Her father, Henry, a British soldier, fought in the Boer Wars of Africa from 1898 to 1902, and later in World War I from 1914 until he was injured in 1921. Following the war, he moved to Bradford, Ontario, Canada, where he married. Tragically, his wife died in childbirth with my uncle Sidney, leaving Henry as a single father in need of a wife to care for his son. Meanwhile, Isabella was working as a barmaid in London, doing her best to find stability in the aftermath of the war. In 1919, she saw an ad that Henry had placed for a mail-order bride, and decided a new start in Canada might be just what she needed. By then, she was 32, considered a spinster by the day's standards, and was ready for a change. Isabel moved to Canada, married Henry, and in 1921, my mother Iris was born. Isabel went on to live in the same house in Brantford until she passed away in 1985. And that's when things started to get strange. While Isabel was in the hospital, my cousin Les was staying at her house to watch over the place. The night she passed, his dog began staring intently at an empty spot in the living room, the fur on his back bristling. Suddenly, the dog bolted for the front door, scratching to get out. As soon as Les opened the door, the dog took off, racing back to Les's home, several blocks away. It's just interesting. My grandmother never allowed animals in her home. It was as if the dog somehow knew he shouldn't be there. Then, they discovered that all the clocks in the house had stopped at the exact time that she died. In the weeks that followed, odd things began happening. Items in the house would be mysteriously rearranged, and other strange occurrences that unsettled the family. Then one day, Les was on the front porch when he noticed an elderly woman slowly making her way down the block. She moved in a strange, halting manner. She'd take a few steps, stop, stand for a while, then repeat. Les watched her, feeling an unshakable sense of unease. When she reached the house, she stopped directly in front of it, as if she were drawn there. Concerned, Les went down to check on her, offered her a seat on the porch. She seemed dazed, so he left her in one of the chairs while he went inside to fetch a glass of water. Just then, my Aunt Poppy arrived. As she walked up to the porch, she froze in shock. The woman was sitting in my grandmother's favorite chair, dressed in her favorite dress. Stunned, they called the authorities, who identified the woman as a resident of a nursing home miles away. She had Alzheimer's, and she wandered off that day, somehow finding her way to my grandmother's house. It wasn't a direct route either, yet she had still arrived, the very place that Isabel had called home. The eerie coincidence didn't end there. A few days earlier, my aunt had donated a batch of Isabel's clothing to the nursing home. The woman just happened to be wearing my grandmother's dress. After that strange encounter, the paranormal activity in the house stopped. It was as if Isabel had finally received a farewell message through this mysterious visitor. It remains one of my favorite stories about my grandmother, Isabel. And one day, I'll tell you the one about my father's mother, Vera. A friend of mine had a creator account on one of those fans-only websites. She already had a job, but she started getting a much larger payday every month. I said to myself, I've got way bigger assets than she does. I could easily make what she's making, and I did. I took all the pics I needed, didn't care who saw my promotions, and threw a few promo pics up on my socials. Talk about dudes coming out of the woodwork. Suddenly, all of my friends were photographers, all willing to shoot for free. They just appreciated the exposure. It would have been bad business not to accept at least a few of these offers, so I got my account poppin'. All this had me feeling like my next move was to go live, you know? I was planning on having a live session on a specific date. The night arrives, curtains up, lights, camera, action. I'm shaking my ass to some young thug, and the chat's blowing up with donations. The camera was artistically positioned with my sliding closet door in mind because it had a huge mirror on it. I'm facing away from it, typing to my followers, and one of them says, "I'm out. Whatever you got going on behind you is creepy." That was offensive to say when I'm delivering the goods, you know, so I clap back. "Well, screw off then, you limp prick." But then, more people in the chat start saying things like, "Who's in the closet? Is that guy going to join you? Someone keeps looking out." I stop what I'm doing because Multiple people are blowing up the chat. I mean, if these dudes are pausing their business to warn me, I'm taking it seriously. I've seen people with literal roaches crawling through their sheets, and no one in the chat bats an eye. Yet here I am, working hard for my money, and all they're talking about is some pale face that keeps popping its head out from behind the closet. I get up, walk over to it. In the mirror's reflection, I can see the chat bubbles rolling, faster than ever. I don't know if there's a word for the mix of terrified and oddly humiliated, but that's what I was feeling. My sexy night turned into some Casper hunting nonsense. Goes without saying, nobody should have been in my closet. I slide the door open, showed the chat that nobody was inside, and then close it. Got back into bed and typed, "Can we keep going or what?" They start replying, "Do you know the history of your house? Has someone you know died recently?" Cool, this cam session was the worst confidence booster in the history of time. I'm here in front of you, God and country, and you're more interested in the history of my house? Thanks. I ended the session right there. Exit, goodbye, go watch the Discovery Channel, and I clicked out. I'd made a special room for my job. Shh, don't tell anyone, but it's not my real bedroom. It's half of a room that I've filled with lava lamps and a mattress, and the other half is packed with my computers and lighting equipment. I can't keep the lava lamps on all the time. There's about 16 of them scattered around, and their cords are clustered into 3 power strips that I flip off individually. The room goes into a temporary blackout before I can reach the main light switch. It's a California King mattress, so it's a squishy crawl across the bed's memory foam, and the room is as quiet as can be. That serenity was interrupted by the squeaking wheels of my closet door, slowly opening in the dark. I freeze mid-crawl, listening to the door bump against the wall. If the lights were on, I'd be looking into a wide open closet. I live alone, and I'd already checked that closet live on camera. I'm positive it was empty. There's still a fourth of the mattress to get across, and a couple of feet of carpet between me and that light switch. Just as I'm about to move, the hanger starts shaking, making noise. That had me Superman diving for the wall switch. I flipped it on and pow, the closet was wide open again. Everything that had been on a hanger was on the floor, along with most of the hangers. I was pissed. Living or ghost, there's no reason to be doing that kind of shit. Later that night, I tried to replay the footage from my live premiere, and all of it was completely pixelated. Way worse than a low-quality 720p. It hadn't looked like that during the stream, and nobody in the chat had mentioned any quality issues. They'd all seen whatever creepy stuff was going on behind me. After a bunch of Google searches, I couldn't find any way to fix it. Screw it. I kept updating my content regularly, but I haven't gone live since. I'm scared this will affect my numbers, but I'm more scared of more things happening in front of a live audience. As much as I'd like to pretend it's not real, I've seen the tiny chandelier swinging in circles, its glass crystals clinking and clanking against each other, hard enough to chip. I'm praying that my landlord doesn't notice that. I'm sick of feeling scared like this, though. My niece hates this place. She's only 3. The first time my sister brought her over, she started crying, following something with her eyes, like she was watching invisible birds dive bomb her or something, muttering, "I don't like pointy teeth, man." I was like, "Christine, could you take care of your kid instead of encouraging her imaginary fears? There's nothing up here." Christine was like, "Well, Anne-Marie sees something." She sure did. The kid looked absolutely paralyzed with fear. I felt so bad. Earlier that day, Christine and Anne-Marie had gone to the library and checked out a few books. One of the books was left at my house, but when I read the title to Christine later, she didn't remember ever checking it out. The receipt on her library card had no record of the book either, and all of her other books were still accounted for. Those of you wondering, it was a book about national parks, so I'm not sure it's exactly scary, but it appearing out of nowhere is. One night, I was lying on the mattress just trying to relax when I heard a soft whisper. It was too quiet to make out the words, but it sounded like it was right next to my ear. I jolted upright, and the room was empty. I thought maybe I was just freaking myself out, but then I felt something. It was cold, like an icy finger trailing down my arm. I scrambled off the bed, flicked on the light, and checked every corner. Nothing. I was starting to think I was losing it, but then Anne-Marie came back with Christine a few days later. As soon as they stepped into the room, Anne-Marie froze. Her eyes got wide, and she pointed toward the closet. "Pointy teeth man's in there," she whispered. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck actually rise this time. I told her it was just a closet, empty, and I went to open it to prove it to her. But as I reached for the handle, she screamed, a scream I'd never heard. I stopped, frozen in place, and just stared. She was backing away, staring at the closet, clutching my sister's leg, sobbing. Through her tears, she tried to say, "He doesn't want you to open it." Christine grabbed Anne-Marie, and they left in a hurry, my sister whispering apologies over her shoulder. I was left standing there, feeling completely rattled. That night, I was lying in bed when my phone buzzed with a notification. Someone had posted a comment on my account from a profile I'd never seen before. "Why'd you stop going live? We miss you. He misses you." I know it was probably a typo, but it really creeped me out to see that message. And then my phone buzzed again. Another comment. "The man says he'll see you soon." Also, probably just trying to mess with me. Either way, I haven't been back in that room since. I locked it up, put a heavy dresser in front of the door, and I don't care if it costs me followers. I'm not going back in there. I'm not sure what's in that closet, but whatever it is, it seems to want to scare me. It seems to be watching, waiting. For what? I'm not going to find out. When I was a sophomore in high school, there was a series of attacks against girls by a temporarily unknown masked assailant. It all started with a girl from our senior class named Lynn. She was attacked in the parking lot during a football game. I hadn't been friends with her, but I was at the game, and word spread quickly about what had occurred that night, right outside the gates. An older couple had found Lynn lying on the ground in a row of cars in the parking lot. The woman ran back to alert the police that were at the game while the man stayed with the unconscious Lynn. I didn't leave my seats in the stands, but from where I was, I could see the ambulance flying down the highway from across the football field, heading towards the school. Lynn had been hit in the back of the head with a heavy object. The attacker was wearing a hoodie and a bandana over the bottom of their face. He went at Lynn with a knife, but she either fought him off or caused enough of a scene to make him run away. Either way, she still sustained a few cuts and abrasions on her arms and legs from the struggle. The high school I went to was a relatively big one, but Lynn already had a reputation for being a bit of a drama queen, so rumors started that she had done it to herself for attention. But then, another girl was attacked, Courtney. This time it was after volleyball practice. She was leaving the back exit of the gym when the perpetrator struck. Courtney was also struck in the back of the head and immediately knocked unconscious. When a teammate found her, she'd been stabbed in the shoulder. This prompted a police investigation, and the rumors really started to fly around. Some were accusing other classmates, even some faculty members were brought in to speak with the police, but nobody was revealed to be a person of interest. Meanwhile, Lynn starts receiving messages from her attacker. The letters would be stuffed into her locker. They'd be filled with all sorts of threats of all kinds of abuse. Lynn's address was posted in the letters, along with Polaroid pictures of her house. She gave them to the police, but it still didn't help to narrow down their list of suspects. Then, another girl was attacked, Lauren. This time, it was at another football game. She, like the other girl, was attacked from behind with a blunt object. Her clothes were cut and torn with a knife, and she was punched multiple times. Then the person ran away. It was completely random, but at least a better description was formed. Lauren described them as medium height and even noted that they had long hair as they saw it escape through their hoodie. There were ski goggles and a bandana over the bottom of their face. After that, the whole school was on high alert for a while. Attendance at the games was noticeably lowered, and people started walking in groups wherever they went. Everyone was suspicious of everyone else. Lynn had stopped showing up to school, and it felt like this menace had full control over the staff and students. Kids volunteered to bring Lynn's homework to her, and kids would stop by to check on her. A real support system developed for Lynn because she was the only one of the victims that continued to be contacted by this person. The letters she was receiving were becoming more and more gross and shocking. Then, at the last home game of the season, an off-duty police officer that had been involved in the case sees Lynn's car parked in the south lot of the field. He thinks it's strange considering her absence from school, so he drives back to the north lot where the main gates are. But instead of parking and going into the game, he decides to sit and wait in his car for a while. His daughter at the time is a junior at the school. I think her name was Jessica. She's also at the game that night, and just before the second half of the game, Jessica receives a call on her cell phone. She leaves her seat from the stadium to walk out into the parking lot by herself. Meanwhile, the game is raging inside. Our team was predicted to be state champs that year, so the stands were full, and the crowd was rowdy and loud. Jessica didn't care about the game, though. She had other plans in mind when she left for her leisurely stroll that night. Her plan would come to fruition. Jessica had been slowly walking up and down the rows of cars for about 10 minutes, when, aside from the crowd noise, she hears gravel getting kicked up from behind her. She realized she wasn't in the parking lot by herself, and whoever else was out there with her was approaching fast from behind. Then, just before the assailant could get close to her, a third voice disrupted their motion. A loud, deep voice screamed, "Freeze!" Jessica turns around to see the hooded figure only a few strides behind her. She can hear the metallic knife bounce off the concrete of the parking lot. That would-be attacker was so startled by the scream, they dropped their knife and started to flee. But Jessica's dad, the off-duty officer, was already sprinting toward the hooded figure. They weren't able to get enough momentum, and Jessica's dad tackles them to the ground with a hit reminiscent of the football game going on inside the stadium. Too good to be true? Perfect timing? No. Jessica and her dad had been doing this ever since the attack started, their own father-daughter sting operation, and that night, the bait was finally bit. As the dad stands over the suspect, they got the wind knocked out of them, and they were writhing on the ground trying to breathe. Then, he pulls the ski goggles off. And to Jessica's surprise, and not so much her father's, they see Lynn lying on the ground, tears in her eyes, trying to get the air back into her lungs. Naturally, this was the news of the year, and would you believe it, no one ever saw Lynn at our school again. But a little bird told me that she did serve some jail time, even if it was just juvie. I inherited my grandparents' property when I was in my early 20s. As a young adult, this was probably the most impactful blessing on my life. It financially opened me up to spend my money in other ways and beginning on a shoestring budget. I'll forever appreciate this home. When I was growing up, early childhood, my mom would drive us out here for visits. The house was next to a dock and a small lake, and I would swim for hours in the summer. There was one winter I even got to skate on it when it froze over. That wasn't fun because of all the sticks and things that were sticking out of the ice, and if I tripped, I was going into the water and freezing to death. It's actually just another memory that scared me relating to this house. Basically, I remember us being out here all the time. His home was used as our personal timeshare because at the time he was an engineer and regularly rented other houses closer to the work site. This trip was during an especially sweltering day. We left our apartment hoping the rural environment would provide more tree cover and relief from the hot city pavement. It was a good idea, but the area's temperature wasn't all that much better. At this house, though, we could leave all the doors and windows wide open to let a breeze in, and of course, the lake. It was one of these afternoons, and I had just gotten out of the lake and was drying off on the back patio. My mom was sitting in a plastic chair next to me and we were talking, but our conversation was interrupted by the sound of all the windows and doors around the house slamming closed. It started in the front of the house. Front door, living room window, boom, boom, side door, bedroom window. We sat frozen as the slamming sound made its way to us, with the kitchen windows, back patio left door, and then finally, boom, back patio right door, the one that we were closest to. We were anticipating it to slam, but it was still unbelievably scary watching a door move on its own. And then boom, it shook the wood beneath us and my mom let out an uncontrollable eep. When the slamming started, I think we were both half-heartedly thinking that my grandpa had gotten home, and as the slamming got closer, I was more and more expecting to see him. Then the door moved on its own, as well as the side dining room window right after. My mom pulled me close to her, and we sat on the deck waiting for the noises to continue. But after the last dining room window was closed, it all settled down. We both watched windows and doors shut without anyone on the other side. An intruder in the home wasn't what my mom and I were looking for when we walked inside. It was just us two out there, and with no other way to sugarcoat it, she explains that she needs to go inside. Everything we needed was still in there. A phone, her car keys. I didn't want to be left alone, so I was right behind her when we went inside. It was like a furnace when we got in there. My mom said, "Hello, hello," but my grandpa wasn't there. The thermostat in the living room, it was on and turned all the way up. I turned it down while my mom went from room to room checking for an intruder. Finding no one and no other reasonable explanation, the phenomenon was blamed on an air pressure thing in the house. Although this sounds like a lot of excitement, it really wasn't. I probably could have even had this be a forgettable memory, especially with the air pressure excuse being assumed as true. But that afternoon, there was one more thing that happened that really scared me. Again, in my childhood, this is the one and only time that I was genuinely struck with fear due to this house. But after all the rooms were checked and the thermostat was turned back down, both of us were back outside on the deck. This time, we decided to leave the doors and windows closed. We were considering ourselves lucky that none of the windows broke when they came down the first time, and we didn't really want to tempt fate again. It was becoming dusk. The sun was setting across the lake, and my mom and I were enjoying the scenery. We're both sitting on the deck, and we feel the whole house shake, like an earthquake that only lasted a second. The lake wasn't disturbed. The trees around weren't shaking. The sound and feeling only came from inside the house. I turned around first. From where I'm standing, I can see into the house from the window, and clear as day, I see a woman standing in the living room. She can see me too, because when we make eye contact, it looked like she began to scream, but I couldn't hear anything. Then, she evaporated into thin air. I turned to ask my mom if she saw the woman, but she hadn't. I told her, I saw someone in the house. She knew from the tone in my voice that I was serious, so instead of asking further questions, she picked up a hand shovel from the little gardening plot next to the deck and ran inside. Again, she went from room to room, this time with a sharp weapon. Nobody was found. After that, we both felt uneasy. My mom, being the adult in the situation, was feeling more spooked than me and decided to take us home that night. After that, there wasn't any more weirdness. We had many visits after decades of them, and now I own the house. I still feel happy and content with my little abode, as I previously mentioned. I live by myself. Well, not all by myself. It was more for my parents' peace of mind than mine, but it would be an injustice for me not to mention Scooter, my cane corso. He's my giant protector against the squirrel and deer that I've encountered while living out here. I got home the other night and found this big boy wandering around the front yard, and at first I thought Scooty found a way to open the door and let himself out. He's big enough, but can't get the concept of turning the handle down. So I was surprised when I drove up to find him lying in the grass. The huge thunderstorm that rolled past here, it was right over top of us by then, and I was focused on getting him inside before it started to get bad. When I parked in the driveway, the property was dark. I knew the power must have been knocked out. I got out of my car, and mid-walk to Scooter, I turned and looked at the house, trying to figure out what door he'd gotten open, and the hair literally stood up on my arms. It wasn't one door that was open. It was all of them. And then I saw that the windows were all open as well. I was panicking. I thought I'd been robbed. I grabbed Scooter and pushed his big butt into the backseat of my car. Then I got in, locked the doors, and called the cops. When they arrived, we stayed in the car as they did a walkthrough of the house. After they made sure the house was clear, they closed all the open windows and doors, and I was able to go back into the house to see if anything was missing. Nothing was. Everything was how I'd left it in the morning. After the police left, I light a bunch of candles and put them around the house. In an aisle that separates my kitchen and living room, I slip on a wet spot. I almost dropped the candle. I flipped on my phone light to see what I had slipped on, but I couldn't find the source of where any moisture could be coming from. Looking at where I'd fallen, though, I noticed there was actually a small trail of water. The splotches looked like small feet prints, and wow, saying that feels as crazy as it felt in that moment, following the trail of watery prints to the back door. The feet were pointing away from the back door, though, like the prints were entering the house. I just stared at them, baffled as to who was running through my house barefoot. Sure, they weren't there anymore, but I felt sick thinking someone had been through there. Nothing was taken, though. Maybe it's something I haven't noticed yet. And Jesus, I went down a rabbit hole, paranoid, thinking about that one. I went from room to room, checking desks, closets, shoeboxes, everything. All using my cell phone light and Scooter stuck to my hip. All of my jewelry and shoes were untouched. Even cash that I'd left out was still there. Now, I don't want to believe my house somehow got haunted. I don't know how that would even happen. But here I am writing this, only trying to still explain coming home to every door and window being wide open, my dog in the yard, wet footprints in my house. And I still haven't gotten to the part where you think, oh yeah, I guess this place is haunted now for some fucking reason. The power eventually comes on, and when it does, the generators kick in. It's a low vroom startup that shakes the foundations of this old place like a jet engine. New pipes and plumbing, old foundation. Startling at first, but I put two and two together when the rumble sound is in sync with the lights. When the house is lit again, it becomes difficult to see outside in the dark, but almost as if it was right against the glass of the window facing the yard. I realize that I'm looking at the silhouette of a child, a pure black figure outlined in the window in front of me. I took a step toward the window, and they vanished. I tried to tell myself I was just seeing things. Maybe it was the rain or a shadow that was cast by the trees that were swaying. But the chill down my spine told me that something was weird about that. I closed the blinds. I was trying to shake the feeling of eyes watching me. Scooter wouldn't stop pacing. He usually settles in right next to me, but he kept going to the back door, sniffing at it, letting out some low growls, his hackles raised. I'd never seen him like that. Later that night, as I was finally drifting off to sleep, something made me bolt upright. It was the unmistakable sound of little footsteps, faint but clear, pattering across the hallway just outside my bedroom door. I remember holding my breath and my heart was pounding in my chest. I kept telling myself, no way, just the rain. But I couldn't ignore the fact that they sounded like little wet footsteps, each followed by a soft splat, like someone was tracking water across the floor. Scooter growled again, this time from his spot on the floor by my bed. And then the footsteps stopped. I stared at the doorknob, waiting for it to turn, but it never did. The silence stretched on, thick and suffocating. And just as I started to relax, I could have sworn I heard a knock on the door. 3 soft taps, and then nothing. I didn't move, and neither did Scooter. I decided I was gonna get up. I got out of bed, opened the door just a crack, and looked into the hallway. Nothing. The floor was dry, no sign of any footprints, no sound of anyone else in the house. I went back to bed, but I barely slept. The next morning, I went to check the back door, trying to convince myself that maybe the whole night had been some weird, bizarre, vivid nightmare. But there, right on the inside of the back door, was a single, small, wet handprint. It smeared across the wood as if someone had pressed their hand against it, reaching in. I know some of you will think that I'm crazy, but even having all of these things happen, I know that there's nowhere else I'd rather live. So I'm not really sharing for advice so much as just sharing my most bizarre experiences with what I consider to be the paranormal. When I was about 16 or 17, I lived near some woods. They were a convenient shortcut to college, so I often walked through them, day or night, without ever feeling unsafe. But one night, that changed. I was walking home from the local pub, decided to take my usual shortcut through the woods. I strolled along, feeling relaxed, not bothered by the darkness around me at all. As I reached the end of the trail, I noticed a woman sitting alone on a bench. I nodded to her as I passed and said, "Good evening." And she slowly lifted her head, gave me a quiet smile, and replied, "And a very good evening to you." And then she started laughing, a strange, eerie laugh. I shrugged it off, assuming that she was just a bit odd, and I continued home. When I got in, both my parents were already in bed. I quietly made myself a cup of tea and sat down to watch some TV, trying to shake off the odd encounter. As I was sitting there, I suddenly looked up and froze. Through the front window, I saw the same woman standing outside, staring right at me. I jumped up, nearly spilling my tea. My heart was literally pounding as I rushed to the front door, flung it open, and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" But she just stood there, silent, still staring. "Get out of here," I shouted. She finally turned around and walked away, heading back towards the road in the direction of the woods. I watched until she disappeared, and then I locked the door and went to bed, feeling unnerved. The next morning, I went downstairs and found my parents and sister having breakfast. I started telling them about the creepy night, explaining how the woman had followed me from the woods. But then my sister looked at me and said, "Are you serious? I heard you shouting last night, so I looked out my window. You were alone. There was no one there." "Rubbish. She was right outside the window." "Nope," my sister insisted. "I watched the whole time. It was just you, yelling at nothing." Since that night, I've avoided the woods. I never saw her again, and honestly, I don't want to. A little backstory. I was staying a couple of nights with my biological dad, who I'd never visited before until semi-recently. Never seen his house, never seen him in person before, yada yada. He lives out in the Texas Hill Country, at least 2.5 hours from literally anything except trees. When we get to his house, it's creepy in that way that empty houses are, nothing special. His wife and kids had left, and He was getting ready to sell the place. I spent 2 nights on the couch, which faces the TV. The TV gives off a reflection of the back of the room, which includes the kitchen and an open bar, no doors. You can see pretty much the entire kitchen in the TV if the light's out. The first night I fell asleep almost immediately after arriving, so whatever was in that house was probably ticked off that it didn't get to do any spooky ghost stuff that night. The second was when weird stuff started happening. Just sounds, but the kind of sounds that you hear when someone's walking around doing things. Everyone else was outside. I knew that for a fact. I could see them out on the porch. No one was in the house with me. I heard splashing, like someone was using the sink. I thought that the cat might be playing in its water bowl or something. I heard footsteps, no, boot steps in the kitchen. At this point, I was like, okay, this is ghost stuff. I heard crinkling chip bags. Ghosts like potato chips, I guess. The rest of the night was whispers, breathing, distant gunfire. Not actual gunfire, just faint, barely there artillery fire. I feel like it's worth noting that I'm a really, really calm person. This stuff is creepy, but I'm tired. I just finished watching Lost Boys. It's late. I tell whatever it is to leave me alone. And then I go to sleep. The next morning, the cat is acting weird. Biological dad even mentions that she usually doesn't act this way. Examples. Keeps getting all prickly and weird and skittish at absolutely nothing. I ignore this, having slept like crap, and I sit down in front of the switched-off TV to stare into space for a while. So again, both my mom and biological dad are out on the porch, talking because this is Texas. And I shit you not, I look into the reflection of the kitchen, and I see a straight-up horror movie shadowy outline of a person just hanging out, walking around the kitchen like they're getting ready for their day. And I hear the tinkering of a spoon in a coffee cup. This ghost is straight up making ghost coffee. I look behind me at the kitchen and nobody's there. I look back at the reflection and there it is, still moving around casually. Suddenly it stops. I get the feeling that it's realized it's being watched. So I give a little wave into the reflection of the TV. Friendly enough. Hey, dead guy, I see you. What's up? It immediately starts making a beeline toward the couch where I'm sitting, and I get the hell out of there ASAP. But yeah, I saw a ghost make coffee once. In 2011, my friend's sister Mira joined an engineering college with on-campus hostels for both boys and girls. Mira was assigned a room on the second floor of the girls' hostel, Building C, with a roommate named Santa. The room was intended for 3 people, but for reasons unknown, the third bed and cupboard remained empty from the day Mira moved in. The first week went uneventfully. Classes, assignments, and exploring the new city kept them both pretty busy, but things took a strange turn in the second week when Santa started acting oddly. She began staying up all night and sleeping through the day, barely speaking even when awake. As time went on, her behavior became more unsettling, and Mira rarely saw her during daylight hours. One night, Mira was jolted awake. The lights in the room were on, and there at her desk sat Santa. Her hair hung loosely around her face, and an open book lay upside down in front of her. Something about her posture was deeply unnerving. Mira called Santa's name softly at first. Santa? There was no response. She called again, louder. Santa? Still, no reaction. By the 4th call, almost shouting, Santa finally looked up. What Mira saw made her freeze. Santa's eyes were wide open, bloodshot and unblinking. Her expression blank. She leaned forward and whispered, "Sleep." Terrified, Mira pulled the covers over herself and lay there. heart pounding, all the way till dawn. The next day, as soon as her lectures were over, Mira rushed to the warden's office to request a room change. When the warden asked her why, Mira hesitated and then mentioned how unsettling her experiences with Santa had been. She saw the warden's face go pale. "Mira," she said slowly, "no one else was ever assigned to that room with you. From day one, you were meant to be alone." Mira never saw Santa again. So I, 31-year-old female, have recently started going back to the gym. I love going, but I have a problem exercising in front of other people. The reason that I've been able to return is because my best friend is the new assistant manager. She caught her boss's brother working out after closing and learned it wasn't uncommon for management to enjoy this perk. Basically, all I had to do was call ahead of time to make sure no one else was using it that night. So far, this hadn't been a problem, and I'm starting to understand why. That place is haunted. I didn't notice anything unusual the first 2 times I went, but the 3rd time got a little weird. When I was on the treadmill, the one next to me kept turning on. I cut it off the first time it happened. The 2nd time, it ran for maybe a minute and then turned itself off. Later, I was finishing my workout with the leg press machine, which was next to the treadmills. In the middle of my set, the treadmill closest to me, not the same one, turned on. And it also turned itself off roughly a minute later. The next day, I asked my friend about it. She said a few other people had mentioned it, but none of the staff has seen it happen. All the machines have been working fine. I went back to the gym that weekend, but forgot my phone in the car. I didn't realize it was missing until I was already inside, and I'd planned for a short workout, so I decided to skip the music. While I was on the squat machine, a set of footprints seemed to appear in the middle of the floor and across the room behind me. I jumped off the machine to see who it was, but nobody was there. And there's no exit on that side of the room. Even so, I knew what I heard. I went back to my car and woke my friend up to confirm no one else should be there. When I told her about the footsteps, she pulled up the surveillance on her phone and sent me a screen recording of just myself jumping at nothing. No one was there. No footsteps were heard on the audio, but they had been so clear to me. About a week later, I finally convinced myself I'd been hearing things and went back to the gym. This time, I had the music to cover my unexplained noises, but the treadmills still had a mind of their own. The machine next to me turned on and turned off several times on its own. When I walked past the exercise balls, one rolled into my path. There was no air on, and it didn't just randomly move in front of me on its own. That's a little too much coincidence for me, as if everything else was totally reasonable. Still, a private gym experience doesn't come cheap or easy, so that wasn't enough to make me quit. The last time I went, however, has me reconsidering my social awkwardness. The treadmills did their thing. I thought I heard footsteps at one point, but I really can't be sure. My music was on, and I went in there pretty paranoid. But then I got on the leg press machine, and just a few reps in, something blew into my ear. Like if a friend came up behind you and blew a quick breath into your ear to screw with you. My hair moved. It was unmistakable. I absolutely did not imagine that. I don't know the technical name for the machine with the handlebars that you pull down, but I got off the leg press and just wanted to do a quick set on that thing before leaving. About halfway through, a hand grabbed my shoulder. It was fast, but definitely real. I screamed, like really screamed. Once again, I called my friend. She was thankfully way more patient than I would have been if someone continued to wake me up for no reason. And again, she sent me security footage of myself, freaking the hell out at nothing. No one was there to grab me or blow in my ear, but it sure showed my reaction. and it showed, my hair moving. I don't really know what to do. This place is clearly haunted, and each visit seems to get a little worse. Is there any way that a ghost can actually hurt me? Or am I technically safe to keep going? I used to volunteer at a wildlife sanctuary. I guess I probably shouldn't say which one, but we had a variety of animals, including bears. We had just taken in a grizzly that was born and raised in horrible conditions. Basically, he was a giant, angry bear, and rightfully so. I know some sanctuaries can be not as great as they appear, but the one I worked with was extremely professional. Everyone there truly just wanted the best for the animals. None of them could be released into the wild, so we were all they had. New volunteers weren't even allowed near the animals for the first week, and they weren't allowed to work unsupervised for up to 8 weeks pending performance and previous experience. One day, my supervisor called me to the office and introduced me to a young girl that we'll call Carol. She's going to be my new shadow. We got along fine. She was eager and seemed to have the necessary passion for animals. But she was a bit naive, to the point that it worried me. She believed that she had a sixth sense that allowed her to communicate with animals, that they inherently knew to trust her. I told her even if that were true, she absolutely could not test her theory at the sanctuary. We have plenty of animals that the volunteers can interact with, but we never go into the dangerous cages. There's no working your way up to playing with the lions, for example. At most, we clean their cages after the handlers move them. Carol wanted to pet everything. I caught her sticking her hand into the wolf enclosure while we were on break and had to go full boss mode on her. I hated when they made me do that. Anyway, she apologized and we got back to work. Eventually, we passed by the new grizzly's enclosure, and it was still groggy from being tranquilized. It needed a lot of medical procedures to get healthy again, so it was still pretty rough looking. I knew I made a mistake telling Carol its story as soon as I finished saying it. She wanted to run right in there, but the last thing that poor bear needed was her trying to mess with it while it already felt bad. It had a whole team of professionals trying to help it already. I repeated this to her several times. We managed to get through the rest of our shift with no further incidents, and I left feeling a glimmer of hope that she would do better the next day. I was wrong. When I arrived the following morning, I was pulled into the office and informed that Carol had snuck back into the sanctuary late the previous night. She wanted to keep the bear company in its scary new environment. So she climbed into its enclosure and tried to give it a fish. Sadly, she was mauled for her efforts. Not only did she go into the enclosure, she surprised the bear while it was sleeping. She never stood a chance. A few of the grizzly's handlers were sleeping in a crew cabin nearby, and they were able to get her out. She was then airlifted to the hospital, where she passed away shortly after surgery. That was over 10 years ago, but her death will always haunt me. I quit 2 months later. Being there was just too much. Carol's parents were destroyed, but they didn't blame the sanctuary. They said that she did that kind of thing all the time, and it's always been their worst fear that something like this would happen. I feel like that should make it easier to pass off the responsibility, but it doesn't. This kind of thing is never okay. I shouldn't have believed her when she promised to follow the rules. I should have told my supervisor how much she worried me. Maybe I couldn't have stopped her, but maybe I could have. I got stabbed for talking shit to a junkie that fell into my car when I was driving home from work. In an attempt at an insurance claim, he leapt off the sidewalk into the street and then onto the hood of my car. I was only driving about 2 miles per hour tops because I was making a right-hand turn. I even watched him start walking all fast as I was pulling up. He already had me thinking that he was going to do something dope fiendish on my approach. I made sure my doors were locked before even making the stop. I turn, he jumps and lands on the car. then proceeds to crawl up and roll onto my windshield, cracking it in the process. His stunt didn't shock me like he thought it would. It didn't even surprise me. I was just pissed. So pissed that I didn't use my better judgment. Before I even thought, I should call the police to report this, I was outside of my car in a tirade, telling him to get the fuck off the car. He rolled off onto the ground, dramatically finishing his accident beneath the beams of my headlights. When he didn't respond, I had a moment to think, and that's when I thought to pull my phone out and start to call 911. I glanced down to dial, and in that time, he'd whooshed up from the ground and grabbed me by the collar of my shirt. He looked possessed. Just before 911 connected to the speakers of my car, I felt him jab me in the stomach twice. Then he threw me to the ground before running around my car and down the block he'd originally been coming from. I'm relieved to see him run away, but when I get off the ground, there's a pool of blood where I was, and then I feel a sting. I look down, and blood is still pouring from my lower abdomen, and another spot in my upper abdomen. When he was hitting me, I didn't see anything was in his hands. There's a lot of blood on the ground and on me, still coming out of me at a steady rate too. I tried to hold the wounds closed by pressing my left arm and the hand over them when I got into the car. The 911 operator is still on the speakers, asking if anyone's on the other line with her. I answered yes, and I told her what had just happened. She asks where I am. I don't know. I'm too woozy to get back out and see a street sign. I should know where I am, but I'm too woozy. The operator started asking me other questions about my condition, but I could barely focus. My energy was depleting fast. I interrupted the operator, told her that I'm going to drive myself to the hospital. She asks me to reconsider, telling me that dispatch was on the way. They've narrowed down my approximate location. They'll be in the neighborhood shortly. With how I was feeling, I decided to risk it, try to make it as far as I could rather than risking them not finding me at all. The hospital was near the freeway that I'd just exited. Turning the wheel is when I really felt the tears in my skin. It felt like there was stretching every time I moved the wheel. The pain was unbearable, and I was almost passing out more from that than the blood loss. That's a different kind of pass out, I found. You squeeze your eyes until a white ball starts filling your vision. You have to open your eyes and really get a grip on yourself not to fall in. Then the extreme tiredness. Reasoning with myself that it's okay to close my eyes for a couple seconds. I'm fighting both urges and about to crash out, but then I see someone sitting in the passenger seat next to me. Later on, recalling these events, I believe I was hallucinating because there was no possible way someone was in the car with me that night. But when I turned my head, there was clearly a woman sitting next to me. She was thin with long dark hair, wearing a long blue skirt and a knitted wool sweater. I'd never seen her before, but I was too weak to question how she got in my car. She was looking out the window, and I was unable to see her face. My glance was pained and quick before I had to focus my blurry vision on the road. The woman asked me, "Where are we going?" But I couldn't respond. By this point, each time I took a breath in or adjusted my body in any way, it sends a surging hot pain through all of my nerves. When I get to the emergency room, I barely have enough energy to turn the wheel into the lot. The wheels go onto the sidewalk and I can't readjust it. I let the car roll its way to the front doors, scraping the bottom of the car on the sidewalk. All I could do after was fall forward on the horn and hope the doctors came out to check on the disturbance. The scene I had made had already evoked attention before pressing the horn, so within seconds, doctors or nurses were banging on my window, telling me to unlock the doors. In my heart, it felt like a countdown clock. I kept repeating in my head, "Move your arm, move your arm." There's a ringing in my ears, and the last thing I can make out audibly is the woman sitting next to me. I hear her say, "Oh." Then the sound of the doors unlocking. Right when the lock sound is heard, the doctors grabbed the door handle and pulled me out of the car. I was rushed into the operating room and apparently almost died while they were working on me. I woke up almost 2 days later in a hospital bed. My sister was with me. She was my emergency contact and my phone. Later, detectives arrived to take a statement. They were never able to find the man who assaulted me that night. I had over 35 stitches and several staples. My intestines or lower bowel were punctured, but everything else was intact. However, stomach surgery and recovery presented their own medical complications over the years. My life had for sure changed after that night. I'd lost the secure and safe feeling that I used to have and take for granted. But as a part of growing and moving forward, the experience has led me to accept that there will be scars I keep on the inside and out, that I will have to someday look in the mirror and believe in the reflection I see. Until that point, take it day by day. I'm lucky to have this opportunity to appreciate the world that I could have left. In '92, I was 16 and working at a grocery store. Our store closed at 9 p.m. It was after 8 p.m. when this random dude, probably a little older than me, walked through the sliding doors, walked right up to one of the cash registers, and just started pressing all of the buttons on it. He was smiling and kind of laughing while he did. I was on the register next to that one. I heard all the buttons he was pressing. I looked over and sort of laughed, saying, "What are you doing?" He didn't answer me and kept pressing buttons in a comically, almost exaggerated way, really trying to make anything happen with the register. He was laughing, and honestly, I can't tell you why, but I was laughing pretty hard. Then my assistant manager, a woman a lot older than me, walked up front and spotted him. She looked over at me while I was laughing, and she asked him, "What are you doing?" And she was more serious about it. I switched my gaze back to the guy, and he was now panicking, pressing the buttons to the register more frantically. He wasn't laughing anymore. Then he looked over at the assistant manager, then to me. Right when we made eye contact, he pulled out his gun. He walked closer to me, told me to open the register. The gun was so much closer now. I realized it wasn't a joke. He was seriously trying to rob the store, and that was a real gun. I didn't react because I was taking it all in, but my assistant manager walked over, ushered him over to his original register, the one he'd been playing on. She told him to please lower his gun. She said other stuff too, but I focused on that, really hoping he would. He didn't. Instead, he pointed the gun at her. While she was trying to get the register open, he was saying very hateful things to her, telling her, "Hurry up, bitch, open the damn drawer," pressing the gun into the back of her skull. She got it open. He took out the money, but then started coming to my register. He was again pointing the gun at me. I just stood there. He told me to open the drawer, and so I did. I just stood there while he was taking the money out. He didn't say anything else to me, though, but he pressed the gun against my back with force. Once he had the money, he walked away, and I shut the drawer. He focused his attention back on the assistant manager, and again was erratic and mean, yelling, "Where's the safe, you stupid bitch?" Things like that, hitting her. She told him she couldn't open it until the morning, and he told her that she was going to figure out a way, and continued with the obscenities. He acted like he despised her. He'd raise his voice so loud, wanting her to say one thing out of line so he could shoot her. He kept saying as much. Anything that she said would make him so mad. He got the money out of the 2 registers and even eventually from the safe in the office. While they were in the back, I reached for the phone and dialed 911. I was so scared that he was going to see me. I refused to hold the receiver to my head. As soon as I vaguely heard someone pick up, I started speaking, facing away from the office as best as I could. I told the operator the name of the store, the address. I told them I couldn't pick up the phone to talk, but to please send the police, that we were being robbed at gunpoint. I told them I had to hang up the phone, but I repeated to please send the police that there was an armed man, just one, with a gun, robbing the store. Then I hung up and hoped for the best. Mere moments later, he was done in the office and the two of them walked back toward the registers. He changed his loud, threatening voice to a sarcastic tone, telling us, "Now y'all have a nice night." And he turned to the assistant manager and said, "But fuck you, bitch," and ran out of the sliding doors. The assistant manager's face turned red. She was hysterical and crying. Her entire body was shaking. She told me to call the cops, and I told her that I did while handing her some water and some tissues from my station. Once the police arrived, she was telling them what happened, very upset and crying, so they took a break from her, and then the cops came up to me, asking my side of the story. I told them everything. One cop asked if I was okay. I said yes. He said he was shocked at how calm I was for my age. I told him that the guy didn't really seem to have a problem with me, nor did he show any anger towards me. His rage was directed towards my assistant manager, so I wasn't in that much fear, except maybe for her life. I told them they needed to check back with her, that I was worried about how she was feeling having her life threatened over and over. I explained again how he focused on her, how he wanted her to do something wrong so he could shoot her. This was a long time ago, but he got away with it and was never caught. I know a lot of people who met their husbands or wives online and have long-term happy marriages. So several years ago, I was willing to give it a try. I met a guy online with no profile picture, but he seemed nice, was saying all the right things. For the time, no profile picture wasn't that strange, and he listed himself as having a master's degree, being an engineer. We talked for several days before agreeing to meet at an art museum downtown after work. I'm careful, so I ran his phone number through a reverse search, but it came up as a prepaid phone. Okay, I guess. But I did find it odd. I decided to take the bus to avoid having to park, which is difficult downtown. When I met him, I could see why he had no photo. He was not what he described. I'm okay with average looking, no worries. But when you say you're over 6 foot tall, and you're more like 5'9" at best, that feels like deceit. So there he was, short, fuzzy blonde hair, oversized glasses with thick black frames, wearing an ill-fitted, baggy, dark, nondescript suit and tie. Well, gotta give the guy a chance, right? It might sound like I was being judgmental, but honestly, I was just cycling through traits in my head, comparing our conversations to our introduction. Speaking of introductions, he ducks his head when I introduce myself. "Shall we sit in the coffee area?" I ask. The coffee area is in the front of the gift shop, very public. "No," he says quickly. "Let's walk through the exhibits." "Okay, I think, but say, don't you want to talk and get to know each other?" "We can do that while we walk," he replies. Well, it was odd. He keeps his head down and away from me at all times during the walk. I can't really get a look at him between that, the bushy hair, and the giant, dark-framed glasses. I ask him questions, but he's very evasive, and he doesn't ask me any questions in return. "You said you're an engineer? Who do you work for?" "About an hour away," he replies, after a long hesitation. He also has a very weird smile, like a smirk. I think maybe he's nervous, but as we walk, it's clear that he's very self-possessed and confident. This is at odds with his shy demeanor, hiding his face. I notice that every time someone else gets close to us in the exhibits, and I'm talking even within 20 feet, he scurries away, turning his face, pretending to look at the next piece in the exhibit. His hands are always behind his back. But at one point, I think, oh my God, he's married. I reconsider the prepaid phone, not wanting to sit out where anyone else can see us, and not wanting to be seen together. It all suddenly makes sense. I decided to end the date. "Let me walk you to your car," he says. "I took the bus," I reply absently. Suddenly, I feel him getting very, oddly excited. The smile gets bigger. "Let me drive you home," he says. Now, I'm not about to get in a car with a stranger, and any man has to know this and respect this. I know nothing about him, not even a last name, or even if his first name was real. I don't know the city or town he's from, his employer, anything. Not even a real phone number. Not even a good look at his face. "No, I don't want to inconvenience you," I say. "Thank you for coming out." And I head out the door. He follows, very closely. "You don't have to walk me to the bus stop," I say. He keeps grinning and following. "I insist on driving you," he says. "No," I tell him. "I'll take the bus. It's okay." "Oh no, you came out here to meet me. I want to be polite." I'm starting to get really creeped out. He's wired. It's a weekday, not a busy time, pitch black because of winter, and it was also cold. The streets were nearly deserted. He pursues me to the bus stop, insisting on driving me home over and over. "Come on, it's cold. I can't let you stand out here waiting for the bus. Let me drive you home." He keeps repeating some variant of this, smirking, clasping his hands behind his back, keeping his face down for what seems like forever. I'm getting this voice in my head that's saying, "Don't show fear, don't show fear, don't show fear," which is getting harder and harder to do. After what feels like an eternity on the street, desperately looking for the bus, he points down an unlit, pitch-black alley that runs between the museum and the building next to it. "Come on," he wheedles. "It's freezing out. My car is parked right there in this alley. Let's sit in there and get warm while we wait for the bus." "Come on. I said no. I told you to leave. Your car won't be any warmer than the street, if it's even parked there, which I doubt." "But then I won't be able to see if the bus is coming," I point out. He smirks. He doesn't have an answer to that. He just keeps repeating and repeating. This is more talking than he did throughout the entire date. "I said you don't have to wait with me," I say, trying to sound like I don't realize something is wrong. His "I know something you don't know" smile is getting weirder and weirder. He's getting more excited. I'm afraid he's going to pull me down that alley as soon as no one is nearby, so I move closer to the edge of the street. He follows, right at my elbow. Finally, the bus comes, and I turn and thank him for coming out. When I get on the bus, I start to shake. My legs feel like rubber. What had he been planning? No wonder he didn't want to post a photo or use a real phone, let me or anyone see his face. I'm fully convinced he planned on shoving me in my car when he walked me to it, and I thank God I decided to take a bus that night. No more online dating for me after that. It was so frightening. I'm still not comfortable posting this under my real name. I was once working nights at a hospital for patients with severe mental issues. Very few of the patients were actually physically sick as much, so we often had very little to do throughout the midnight hours. So one night, somebody brought in a Ouija board and a few of us huddled around to ask questions of the spirits. I was very skeptical about it, until the glass we were using suddenly flew off the table and smashed against the wall. That was unnerving, to say the least, and I've never personally used one since. However, that's that's not really the story I wanted to tell you. This one belongs to my mother. My late mother was an absolutely no-nonsense kind of woman, aka a harden. She wasn't one known for her sense of humor, and certainly wasn't one to tell fanciful tales. So, I've no reason to doubt her word. My mother was a divorcee when she met my father, and it was she who divorced her first husband, Frank. This was in the 1930s. Frank was a bookie and was often out of the house taking bets at places all over town. One night, when my mother had been left alone again, she decided to pop over the road to visit a neighbor friend of hers. They had a few drinks together. Then the woman brought out a Ouija board, and they decided to ask questions of it. My mother couldn't really think of questions to ask, but finally decided to ask where her husband, Frank, was, knowing full well that he was at his office. However, the board replied that he was at a local dance hall. My mother was shocked and asked further questions. What is he doing? Who is he with? Etc. The board told her that he was there with a woman and further revealed that they were having an affair together. My mother, not one to sit back and do nothing, immediately grabbed her coat and dashed out to the dance hall, hoping, of course, that the board was not telling the truth. However, it had been, and my mother found Frank and his girlfriend there and confronted the pair. I can only imagine the scene she created. Her voice, when raised, could compete with any fighter jet taking off. She immediately filed for divorce. From then on, she always blamed the Ouija board for destroying her marriage. But I don't know. I like to think that it helped her. I've always been a bit of a cynic when it comes to relationships, but I've just hit a new low. My primary job is writing, but I also wait tables part-time for a little lunch place downtown and volunteer at the food bank. It's only a few days a week, but recently, a man called Gabe came in and asked to be seated in my section. The hostess assumed he was a friend, and he did look vaguely familiar, but I didn't know him. When I asked if we'd met before, he said that I did a good job waiting on him a few months ago. It seemed like a reasonable enough story, so I took his drink order and didn't think any more about it. He looked to be around my age, and he wasn't unattractive, but even if I had been looking for a relationship, he wasn't my type. When I brought him his sweet tea and took his order, he asked a few questions about the menu and slid in a bit of small talk. That was all fine. Some people are just friendly, and he wasn't setting off any creep alarms. Then he needed 2 refills before he'd gotten his burger, so I left a small pitcher on the table and went back to work. All of my tables were full. I didn't have time to chat even if I wanted to. When I brought out his food, he was staring at me with a goofy look on his face. I laughed it off, asking if there was something in my teeth, and he said that I was just really beautiful. That's when I realized he had actually been flirting the whole time, and I worried my friendliness may have been misconstrued. Well, it clearly had been. Don't get confused, though. I'm really not all that special to look at. In my 2 years of waiting tables, I've been hit on maybe 2 times before that. It just isn't a very common occurrence, and the previous incidents were awkward but completely harmless, so I expected Gabe to be the same way. When I gave him the bill, he asked me to dinner that weekend, and I politely declined. That should have been the end of it, but he came back a couple of days later and repeated the whole process. Then we did it for a 3rd time a couple of days later. Once again, I said no, and he left without making a fuss, though my patience was wearing thin. That night I drove home, and I was off for the next few days. My only plans were to write and watch Netflix, yet at 9 a.m., I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. When I didn't answer, they started texting. The first one said, "Hey, it's Gabe. Call me back real quick." I still didn't know how he got my number, but since I didn't give it to him, I saw no reason to respond. And then, 5 minutes later, he said, "I'm running a little late, but I'm on my way. Call me when you get this." I assumed he was referring to the restaurant, like he'd decided to come sit in my section and call it a date or whatever, whether I liked it or not. That really rubbed me the wrong way, but since I wasn't at work, I decided to let it go for the time being. Then, a few minutes later, he sent, "Hey, can you call me real quick? I'm on Highland, but I can't remember if your house is the one with brown or maroon shutters." That terrified me. Not only did he know what street I was on, he had my house narrowed down to 2 possibilities. I ran to the window and peeked outside to see a blue truck creeping past. It went to the end of the street. It turned back to park on the curb between my house and the one with the brown shutters. The next message read, "I'm here. Can you come out front? I don't want to go to the wrong house." I'm not sure if he followed me home or what, but I felt there was no choice but to respond. I couldn't tell if he was genuinely delusional or if he thought this would actually manipulate me into going out with him, but it didn't matter. A strange guy was sitting outside my house, and I take that sort of thing pretty serious. Leaving no room for misinterpretation, I replied, "I don't know how you got my information, but you're not allowed on my property. If you don't leave immediately, I'm going to call the police." When he actually started driving away, it was like a huge weight lifted off my chest. I called a friend to vent, but after a while, if nothing else happening, I went back to writing and mostly let it go. That evening, just as it was getting dark, there was a knock on the door, and my blood froze. But then I looked outside to see a flower shop van and a uniformed man holding a large bouquet of roses. Gabe was the only person who could have sent them, and it was annoying that he wouldn't take a hint, but I didn't want to leave the flower guy hanging, so I opened the door. You guys probably already know that it was actually Gabe, but I almost puked when I saw his face. I dropped the flowers and tried to run back inside, but he got his foot in the door and came in behind me. Even as he cornered me in the kitchen, he was still talking like we were going on a date. He wasn't angry or aggressive in the traditional sense. It almost felt like an awful practical joke. I was cowering against the counter like a frightened child, and he stood over me, smiling like a lovesick puppy. He said that he had reservations for us, 8 o'clock for dinner. He grabbed my arm and started dragging me toward the door. I tried to pull away, and his grip tightened so hard that I screamed. When we got out of the house, my eyes frantically searched for anyone who might be outside. But I was out of luck. Where was everyone? I began screaming for help and tried to break free, but Gabe put one hand over my mouth, wrapped the other around my wrist, and forcefully put me into the flower van. Once he got me inside and back on the road, he began talking like we were on a normal date again, so I played along, while discreetly texting 911 between my legs and the door. I started by sharing my location and saying that I was kidnapped from my address in a blue truck with a man named Gabe. The operator said help was en route, and I continued sending location updates with each new turn. Finally, we passed a police cruiser that quickly turned on its lights and got behind us, but Gabe refused to pull over. Instead, he punched the gas, and we ended up in a full-blown police chase. I'm not sure how long it lasted. More and more cruisers joined in, and we eventually ended up driving into oncoming traffic. I screamed through most of it and forgot all about talking to 911. Eventually, we crashed into a guardrail, and Gabe tried to run away, but he was tackled to the ground. I let paramedics do a quick exam, and then an officer was kind enough to give me a ride home. I know things could have been much worse, but the whole ordeal was the most terrifying experience of my life. Not only was I forcefully removed from my home, I was almost killed in a high-speed collision on multiple occasions during the chase. Gabe was arrested and out on bond by the next day. I have a restraining order, but it doesn't feel like enough. The truth is that if he decides to come after me, A piece of paper won't be enough to stop him. I've put up extra cameras and bought new locks for the doors and windows, but it just still doesn't feel like enough. Anyway, thanks for reading. It at least helps to know I'm not the only person going through this. Ever since I was a kid, I remember my grandma denouncing horror of any kind. Ghoulish Halloween masks, haunted houses, scary movies. I had attributed this aversion to her background and faith. She is Hispanic and a devout Catholic. She believes anything horror-related is wrong, evil, you name it. So imagine my shock and curiosity when my grandparents shared a bombshell. Back in 1974, my grandpa convinced my grandma to see the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. This would be her first and last scary movie. The weekend after the movie, my grandpa, grandma, my then toddler-aged mother, and my aunts and uncles decided to go horseback riding for the first time. Since everyone lived in Wisconsin, my family made the journey to a farm about 2 hours away. For the most part, everyone is in high spirits. Who can say no to a family adventure on a crisp autumn Wisconsin day? Despite the others' excitement, my grandmother is worried. Since she doesn't care for horses, she chooses to stay behind on her own with my mother. When my family arrives at the farm, it's 3 o'clock. According to my grandma, she watched everyone get saddled up and then slowly ride off into the tangle of trees. The guide leading my family called out that the ride would last less than 2 hours, mentioning different trails, the need for breaks, things of that nature. My grandma figures everyone will be back by 5 o'clock. She waits with my mother in the car, playing games, reading storybooks, and trying to silence her bubbling anxiety. Needless to say, 5 o'clock comes and goes. No sign of my family. By this time, my mother has fallen asleep, which leaves my grandma with no way to distract herself from her worries. Finally, when 6 o'clock rolls around, she calls out to the farmhand from her car window. No way she's leaving the safety of her vehicle. She demands to know why her family hasn't returned yet when 5 o'clock has long since passed. By now, darkness has begun bleeding into the Wisconsin sky. The farmhand assures her that everything is okay and that extra paths are taken throughout the ride. He tells her that her family should return soon. Now, keep in mind, this was well before cell phones were a thing. Also, a week before, she'd seen her first scary movie, and it had scared the shit out of her. At this point, my poor grandma feels like she's living out a scene from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. She tries to contain her worry and begins a hushed, fearful prayer until the flash of lightning that is soon followed by ear-splitting thunder. The noise wakes my mother, who starts to cry. My grandma must now not only ponder the frightening question of where her family went, but she also has a stressed, howling 2-year-old to deal with. It is now reaching 7 o'clock. The storm is growing more ferocious by the second. My grandma has to pee, and her bladder feels like it's going to explode. But between the roar of the storm and the images of crazed country maniacs plaguing her mind, she refuses to leave the vehicle. She plans in her head that if they aren't back by 7:30, she's going to leave and find the nearest gas station to phone for help. Again, no cell phones during these days. 7:30 comes. Her family hasn't come out of the woods. As she's scrambling around the car for the keys, she realizes my grandpa never gave them to her. The pound of a fist against her window shakes her from her whirlwind of panic. That panic amplifies by 1,000,000 when she notices a sizable, brawny man peering in at her. He's wearing a jacket, and the hood covers his head. My grandma says that by now, it felt like someone had pushed a button and sent the whole world into slow motion. Everything crawled by at a snail's pace. "Why don't you and the little one come inside?" the man yells. His words are authoritative and carry no hint of warmth. He isn't speaking from a place of concern. He's ordering my grandma into the farmhouse. All my grandma can do is shout, "Where's my family?" The man responds gruffly, "We're looking for them." My grandma orders him to call the police. The next words the man said made my grandma literally piss her pants. "We don't need the police." As he turns to go back into his house, he says, "You and the baby can come inside whenever you're ready." My grandma starts to sob, wholly convinced that her family has been brutally murdered, that she and her baby will be next. In the chaos of this moment, she hears someone calling her name, but because of the pitch-black darkness and her profound fear, she knows that she must be hearing things. Then she hears her name again, this time even louder. "Dora, help me!" It's my grandpa's voice. When she realizes this, she puts my mom in the back seat, grabs the wooden baseball bat that my grandpa keeps under his seat, locks the doors, and exits the car. "Keep calling my name. I can't see you," she cries. After what feels like an eternity, she follows my grandpa's voice to his location. When she gets to him, she realizes my grandpa needed help because he has guided my aunt across the high, rain-soaked grass. She hurt her ankle. They're both drenched from mud and rain and covered in scratches. The rest of my family is nowhere in sight. Before my grandma can assume the worst, she hears my uncle calling for my grandpa. One by one, everyone shuffles out of the wild woods and through the tall grass. Everyone is soaked in mud and injured in some capacity. Cuts, gashes, limping, unsteady, all shaken as well. When they finally make it back to their vehicles, the sounds of running engines and the flood of headlights get the attention of the man inside the farmhouse. The farmhouse door swings open, and the brawny man comes to stand on the porch. With an amused chuckle, he drawls, "Oh, you all made it out of there." My grandpa shouts, "That dumb asshole left us out there, never came back." All the man says in response is, "I'll have to talk to him about that. Y'all can come inside." His freakishly flippant and joking attitude sinks into his words. He knows damn well they aren't going into that house. My grandma begs my grandpa to leave it and get them out of there. With that, my family tears out of there as fast as humanly possible. Once the family was back home and safe, my grandpa explained what had happened. During the ride, the guide led them deep into the woods to a creek where the horses stopped for a drink. As the horses rested, the guide told my family that he had to go do something and would be back in 20 minutes. My family thought this was strange, and my grandpa even anxiously joked, "You're coming back, right?" The guide simply gave a low chuckle and took off on his horse. 20 minutes came and went, and the guide didn't return. My family continued to wait as they had no idea where to go. They could see the sky blackening above them. They would have to make it out on their own. As my family rode off, they tried to remember the path back to the farm. They wandered aimlessly. Eventually, rain started to fall. Pulsing lightning and the crash of thunder spooked the horses. Everyone but my grandpa was thrown off their horses. When my grandpa climbed off his horse to help the others, his own horse galloped away as well. From there, it was a nightmare trying to navigate the woods while wounded and roaming through a thick void of darkness. The only advice I can give you is this. If you're going to go horseback riding, you better make sure it doesn't become a horseback ride from hell. I'm going to preface this story before getting into it. I'm a Division I football player here in Alabama. I play offensive line. For those that don't know what that is, I'm basically saying I'm a big dude. Currently 6'5", about 300 pounds. This to say that I've not really been scared of animals or people where I live, because I'm genuinely just bigger than them. Now, it was late at night, and my high school basketball team at the time had just made the playoffs. I was currently on the phone with my girlfriend at the time, and it was around 12:30, 1 a.m. As I was pulling into my neighborhood, I saw this woman with long black hair wearing a Civil War period dress. It wasn't very weird to me to see random kids around my neighborhood because I lived near a foster home. What freaked me out at first was that it was January, February, and it was late at night. It was freezing. To pull into my neighborhood, I had to drive past her. I slowly went about 3 miles an hour past the woman, and I really didn't know what to do. As I passed, she was still staring at the ground. As I checked my rearview mirror, her head snapped up, and I saw an extremely evil-looking face. I hung up the phone and was going 65 to my house. As I mentioned, I'm a big dude. So when I arrived at the house, I sprint up my porch stairs and into my room. Me being my size woke everyone up in the house. My dad enters my room to check on me, and I tell him everything that's happened. He asked if I was on anything, and I told him of course I wasn't. He told me to get some sleep, and I of course couldn't sleep. It popped into my mind. I had a neighbor that I was very close with who had long jet black hair. Instantly, I snapped her on Snapchat saying, "That was a good prank. You got me." She said she wasn't even in the state. She didn't know what I was talking about. She sent me her location on the Snap map, showing that she was in Baltimore. That was it. There was no chance I was getting any sleep that night. I hopped on Xbox to tell my friends about the events that had just occurred. Of course, they didn't believe me, saying that I was joking, and I told them how serious I was. At the end of the Xbox session, it was around 4 a.m. I had gotten off and was going to try to get some sleep. I went to my bedroom, and as I was walking past the blinds, there she was, standing there, under the one streetlight in my neighborhood. I slammed the curtains shut and peeked again. She was gone. I have no idea what happened or what was going on that night. My dad and little brother, they've claimed to see the same woman years later. They have some stories of their own that I'll ask if I can share. This is my first post, so if you have questions or if you have any idea what's going on, please let me know. Update. Since my encounter, I've now moved to college to play football, but as I mentioned earlier, my brother and my dad have had encounters as well, and they've agreed to let me share them. I've also done some research, but I'll get into that as well. About a year ago, my brother was packing up around 10 p.m. to go to a baseball tournament in Atlanta the next day. As he was loading up the car, he heard a noise that sounded like a woman, far away in the woods. He said he thought that it was our neighbor or something. My brother finished putting the last bag in the back of the car when he looked in our driveway and saw the woman fitting the description of my encounter, standing there. My brother isn't small either, and had made fun of me for the way I acted when I had my encounter. Anyway, as he saw the woman standing there, she did the same thing. You couldn't see her face because of her long jet black hair. He said, "Hello, and are you okay?" And she said and did nothing. She snapped her head up, and he saw a horrible-looking face. He sprinted up through the porch and locked the doors. He peeked out the window, and she was staring back. When he peeked back again, she was gone. My dad's experience, and it's not very long, but it's an encounter. My dad works around the country because of his job, and he finds himself coming home late sometimes. As he was driving home late one night, he saw the woman I described, but this time, next to the cemetery where we lived. I have no idea if that's a connection to her or not, but we've never stepped foot in that place. Anyways, He saw this woman with the same description as both of our encounters and passed her. He checked his mirror and she was still there. He turned around his car to get a better look and she was gone. So, my research. I'm not into horror films or really anything scary for that matter, but I have done some research since my encounter. But this is definitely a new field for me, so any advice would be great. There's a website that talks about the ghosts in our area of Alabama, and it turns out I live near an old iron mill. And to sum up the short story, this woman and her child, they were killed by a fallen chimney about 1 minute from where I live. And she seems to be sighted from time to time. She's labeled as a stalker spirit, one that's mostly friendly or doesn't hurt anyone, but I have no idea, to be honest. I appreciate any feedback. Thanks for listening. Who's the most evil person you've met? For me, it would be my ex-brother-in-law and my niece's boyfriend. My sister, who had always had high standards for the guys she would date, was so excited for me to meet this new guy she was dating. She thought that he was the one. We had a cookout at my parents' house for Memorial Day, and she was bringing him for all of us to meet. He was a restaurant manager and sounded like a decent guy. Everyone was sitting out in the yard when my sister and her new boyfriend arrived. I was just bringing out the food and setting it on the picnic table. By this time, everyone but me had introduced themselves. I wiped off my hands on a napkin and turned around as my sister started to introduce me to her new guy. He extended his hand for me to shake. I was looking at my hands to make sure that all the sauce was off of them. As I extended my hand and started to say, "Hi, and raised my eyes to meet his. The exact same second our hands touched, I looked up at our eyes. My knees gave way for an instant. I got a sharp pain going through my eyes and chest. I lost my breath and couldn't speak. The most evil, terrifying feeling went through me as I watched his brown pupils turn laser red. I jerked my hand back. He gave me such an evil smile, like he knew that I had just saw the demon in him, like he knew that I had just seen his secret. I could only think, dear God, he's a demon. Everyone was looking at me. I couldn't take my eyes off of him, like I was just stunned. I could only whisper my name. I backed up from him and excused myself into the house. I couldn't believe what I'd just seen. His eyes glowed red. I knew he was evil, and I knew he was going to hurt my sister. My sister came into the house all happy, asked me what I thought of him. I told her I didn't like him. I told her what I saw, and that he was going to hurt her. She was upset with me and didn't listen. Well, she ended up marrying him. A few months later, she became pregnant. In her 4th month, she miscarried the baby. The very next day, he was late coming home. She called the restaurant and they told her he had left hours ago. When he came home that night, he lied and said he was at work. She told him that she knew he was lying. And so he admitted, "Well, I wanted to wait until you were over the baby, but I've been seeing this other girl since before we were married. She doesn't mind if I smoke weed because she does too. I just went along with the wedding because you were so excited about it." My sister was devastated. I knew he was going to hurt her. I could see the evil staring back at me when I met him. A couple of Christmases ago, it was kind of the same thing. My husband's niece brought her new boyfriend home. I went to shake his hand, looked into his eyes. His pupils glowed red. I jumped back in shock. Fear ran down the inside of me. I couldn't believe that I saw the red eyes again. This guy looked creepy, kept giving me nasty looks, like I knew what he was up to, like I saw what was inside of him. This time I went and sat down, in shock. I kept my feelings and what I saw to myself. We were at another in-law family member's house. We left quickly after. I kept getting that feeling you get when you run your finger over a sharp blade, on purpose to see how sharp it is. I knew that he was going to hurt her, and that she was going to get cut. But I didn't feel like he was the one who was going to cut her. I told my husband and stepdaughter. I told my husband if he wanted to tell his family, that was up to him. They were always looking for a reason to pounce on me, so I left it up to him. Well, it got around to the family. Of course, I was criticized. But about 2 months later, our niece had to have abdominal surgery after being stabbed, and not by this creepy lover. But she did give the creepy lover her purse to hold on to while she was in surgery. This guy wiped out her bank account, $8,000. All while she was in the OR. She'd just gotten her tax return. She has 3 little kids, too. So it was hard on her financially as well as emotionally. Everything about this guy was creepy. Even if it hadn't been the glowing eyes, I still wouldn't have liked him. I'm not sure if they filed a police report. We weren't included in that info. I'm mainly also curious if anyone else has ever experienced something like this. Like, can you just feel when something is wrong? There's a house a few doors down that's been sitting vacant for years. Now its decay has become an eyesore on our street and probably brings the house value of our own neighborhood down. It's one of the first things you see when you pull into our cul-de-sac. The house is in shambles from years of neglect. The yard's overgrown with tall grass and weeds. A large part of a tree had fallen through the roof long ago, and the house was never fixed. My dad used to golf with the man that lived there. Then one day, cop cars filled up our little dead-end road. All of us stood pressed against the window to watch my dad's golf buddy get let out in handcuffs. We'd later find out that he murdered his wife a few months prior. My dad had hung out with this man multiple times during those months. His name was Eric. I remember my dad was genuinely shook to the core about this. My dad said that when Eric's wife would get brought into the conversation, he talked proudly about all the plans he and his wife Rachel were attending to the following days. All the while, her body was stuffed into the hollow of an oak tree that touched their bedroom terrace. Same oak tree that set a branch through the ceiling years later. The HOA board that Rachel used to be a part of helped organize the funeral with the family. Everyone in the neighborhood showed up to pay their respects. The murder felt so out of nowhere. There had to be more to the story, but nobody had a bad word to say about Eric. It caught the whole community off guard. He was a 5-star dentist and a member of the church. Eric and Rachel were both held with high regard in the community. Now, everything had changed. The next HOA meeting would happen on a Sunday afternoon the following month. My dad would talk to a man named David. He'd been a mutual friend with Eric. David and Eric were close friends and worked at the church together. Out of everyone, David took the news the hardest. He was in denial that his friend could commit such atrocities. David would actually visit Eric in prison, if only to get some closure. All David wanted was for his friend to say he didn't do it. He was looking for any sign of hope that his friend wasn't the monster everyone thought he was. But I don't think the story David told my dad gave anyone any sort of peace of mind. David said that when he went into the visitation area, he was on a phone behind glass. The guards led Eric into the room. He'd lost a lot of weight, and the dark rings around his eyes, it led David to believe he wasn't doing too well in his new conditions. When Eric saw David, however, he smiled a big, joyful smile, almost a creepy smile, at David. Given the circumstances, he thought Eric would be acting as somber and exhausted as he looked. But when David picked up his end of the phone, his voice was chipper. Eric told David that he was hopeful about his release. In the same positive tone, Eric fully admits to murdering his wife. David asks, why? Eric explains that his actions were forced upon him by a higher power. Since Eric's childhood, he said that angels in blue light would visit him, describing them as 3 tall, magnificent beings in white robes. They had large black eyes that he could see his reflection in when they got close. These beings visited Eric multiple times throughout his adolescence. He'd be woken up by a large orb of blue light that would float into his room, divide itself into 3 separate orbs. Then those orbs would stretch into angels in his room. This even happened once when Eric had a friend stay the night in his room. No matter what Eric did, he couldn't wake him up until they were gone, and the blue glow had finally extinguished from the room. On his later encounter, they implanted a triangular chip into the back of his neck. David would confirm that Eric did have a triangular scar, about the size of a dime on the back of his neck. Eric had shaved his head while incarcerated, and the nape of his neck was no longer hidden by hair. The skin, according to David, it looked raised, like a new tattoo, but with no ink. Could he have done this right before seeing David? No, because David's visit was a surprise to Eric, and he didn't say any of this in his defense. He pleaded guilty. The angels had made a pact with Eric, never to speak of their interactions until he fulfilled his duty to God. During most of these angel visits, they'd enter his room. Their warm light would fill him with a euphoric calm. They'd float to his bed, scan the chip, then leave. But sometimes, these angels would tell Eric that he needed to prove himself to God in order to earn his place with them in the blue light. This test by God was ordered at 4 different times of Eric's life. Sacrifice what you love most to demonstrate your loyalty. When he was 5, he could barely understand what they meant, but to the best of his knowledge, under the presence of their influence, he grabbed his favorite book from the shelf next to his bed, The Tiger Who Came to Tea. His mom would read it to him every night until he'd fall asleep. I remembered that name because I had the same exact book in my bedroom when I heard this story. The angels gave Eric a sign of approval and left after he'd torn the pages of the book and thrown them around his room. The next morning, he watched his mother cry. He couldn't tell her why he'd done it, so he said, "I don't know." He thought their relationship changed a little bit after that. The second was his hamster. The third was his grandmother. In his teenage years, his mother had passed away, and he was finally old enough to escape his father's alcoholism and abuse. His grandmother helped him graduate and apply for all the scholarships to get into college. The night before he left, they showed up. Eric then casually admits to David another murder he committed for these angels. He explains how he smothered her with a pillow, then made it look like she had died in her sleep before he left for college. His final test, number 4, was Rachel. Eric felt no guilt, no shame, or understanding of what he'd done. At the end of their conversation, he even tells David that the angels in blue will soon retrieve him from these walls. David hangs up the phone, and he can't help but cry because he knew that was the last time he was going to hear Eric's voice on the phone. Eric stands up with a grin, but as he's being led away, he notices David's tears, and he gives him a confused look, like he doesn't understand why David would be upset. But he's quickly turned and pushed out by a guard. Out of respect for the family and to deter any vandals thinking of destroying that house, visiting the neighborhood, etc., names have been changed. But this story and that house are 100% real existing lore we have in our neighborhood. A story we'd all much rather forget than embrace, but happened nonetheless. The housing market right now is tough as it is. I'm sure as hell not going to be able to sell this property if people know what happened a few doors down. Senior year, 2011, my dad and I are driving home one late night after one of my volleyball tournaments. We live in Elma, Washington, which, if you don't know, it's rural as hell. With rural comes a lot of long roads, usually leading to nothing but houses and farmland. Our house is down one of those long roads. We've driven it 1,000 times, I'd have to guess. I even learned to drive on this road. It's not incredibly wide, that's for sure, or well lit, though it's rarely populated. We're never driving that fast because we don't hate our community. Plus, that night it was raining, and that's another reason to drive slower. Anyway, it was dark, raining. We'd been driving for over 2 hours, and I'd been dozing in and out most of that time. But now that we were on our road, I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. My dad was driving slowly, but I couldn't wait to be home, and I was already gathering my stuff, looking for my phone. My dad telling me to just wait a second when we have some light. I don't listen, turn on the cab light briefly. I go to unbuckle my seatbelt, and he asks me sternly if I'm serious, and tells me, don't even think about unbuckling that. This time I listened. I found my phone, so I turned off the light. As I switch the light off, I'm looking forward out the window. My dad and I both gasp at the exact same time. There's a man standing in the middle of the road. He only becomes visible just before there's no time to stop. Suddenly, my dad is swerving hard to the left, going clear into the other lane. He tried to overcorrect, and the combination of the rain and last-minute maneuvering, we didn't make a full 360, landed ourselves in the ditch. My dad checks to see if I'm okay, and thankfully, I'm fine. Once he confirms this, he immediately leaves the car and runs to the road. I grab my phone and follow him up the embankment. Just as my dad is about to reach the road, a blinding blue light flashes in front of us. Lights up the whole area like it's daytime, just for a second, before darkness takes over again. My dad had sort of stumbled back, and I was there to help brace his fall. I asked him, even though I knew the answer, was that lightning? He keeps going up towards the road. We search for the man on the road, but it's like he'd vanished into thin air. There's no driveways close enough. We were on the only side of the road that someone could be walking on. The surrounding area, it's nothing but scattered trees and open land. No man anywhere. My dad holds his phone over the road, where we'd seen the man. He tells me to look at it. When I do, I can see there's a blackened piece of the road, like someone had burned it, similar to when you light off a firework. It didn't seem incredibly significant, but my dad was sure hyper-focused on it. Then suddenly his phone rings, and it breaks his concentration after giving both of us the jump scare of our lives. Already too many for one night. It's my mom. So my dad quickly explains he needs her to come pull us out of the ditch with the other rig. While waiting for her, my dad says to me, "You know that wasn't lightning, right?" I had a feeling, I told him, especially when no thunder rolled in. I asked what he thought it was. He just told me he didn't really know, but that the mark on the road, the guy, and the light, they all seemed to appear in the exact same spot. Once my mom showed up, we used the headlights of the truck to scan the area, see if we'd missed anything in the vicinity. But there was nothing or no one out there with us. My parents were talking about it when we got home. My dad was still fired up about the whole thing, kept wondering if he should go out there and look for the guy or what. My mom convinced him to stay inside, saying that she's going to report what we saw to the police and let them check it out. When she asks us what he was wearing, what we saw, we both just sort of look at each other. What had they been wearing? I told my dad I couldn't be sure, but it looked like maybe he was wearing all one color. He sort of shook his head, no, but agreed verbally that, yeah, maybe all one color, like gray or some sort of blue. We couldn't seem to agree on the color. In fact, the more we thought about it, the less we could recall. Also, now sitting in the light of the dining room, it's obvious that my dad has some sort of markings or burns on his forearms and face. They look like sunburns, but in a line going horizontally across his upper body. We decided that the only thing that could have caused this was the bright light that flashed for a moment as we made our way up the embankment. My mom starts checking me over, looking for marks. Nothing, but she ordered both of us to take showers. This is probably a good time to mention that my mom is big on X-Files. She loves her aliens and fantasy shows. My dad too, but sci-fi, if you will, it's her favorite. She starts talking about how she saw that flash of light, chalked it up to lightning, till there was no thunder. She says that she knew my dad was about to call her, and that's why she called my dad. She also points out how it's odd that neither of us hit our heads, but we seem to be having memory problems from the last hour. We couldn't deny that what she was saying wasn't entirely insane. It was actually odd how we couldn't really recall any details of the figure in the road, and that we'd even started calling it the figure instead of the man. But I felt like I'd retained enough to grasp onto the fact that who or what we saw was a man. He was at least in the shape of one when we almost collided with him in our car. The whole thing, it still just leaves this unsettling oddity feeling. Like my dad and I try to laugh it off sometimes, yet it always leads back to this place where I know we're both just sitting there, thinking about it, wondering, speculating. Just something we'll never really have an answer for, I suppose. I'm a single dad who had to move into a new home after my wife passed away from delivery complications. I wanted to be close to family and to get out of the place where everything reminded me of Christy. Finding a new house was actually easier than I could have dreamed. The second place that I looked at was owned by a single mother with a 6-month-old who wanted to sell fast and move back to her hometown, which sounded super reasonable considering my own circumstances. We got along great. As soon as the money went through, she was out the next day, and I moved in. A few nights later, I was up late finishing work when there was a loud, steady knocking. It instantly woke the baby, so he was crying at full volume when I opened the door to a tall, skinny man with a long beard. He smelled like gasoline and looked at me like I was sleeping with his wife. He asked for the previous owner by name, like she still lived there, and I instantly knew the kind of man he was. I have 3 sisters who were very, let's call it, daring in their youth. I stood behind my dad while he got rid of plenty of these guys, so I can recognize their particular breed on sight. It was suddenly very clear why the lady had been in such a hurry to get out. Some mega creep knew where she lived, and she worried if I knew about it, I wouldn't take the risk. Well, she was right. Not after my son had just lost his own mother, but it was done now. Needless to say, the man didn't really believe she was gone. He thought my baby was her baby and wouldn't be fooled. Thankfully, I'd kept the glass door shut and said that I was calling the police as I closed the front door in his face. But he didn't move. I watched him through the window, and he stared right back at me for several minutes before slowly walking away. The police arrived about 5 minutes later and didn't find anyone walking around. I got cameras up the next day, but nothing happened for nearly 2 weeks. I'd almost forgotten about the guy until he showed up on my doorstep at midnight. His banging once again had the baby screaming, but this time I spoke to him through my Ring doorbell. It was the same conversation in more heated tones, and a 911 operator was listening to the whole thing. The guy kept insisting the baby was his, and he wasn't leaving without talking to its mother. A few minutes later, the police arrived. Before making him leave, they told him he wasn't allowed on the property, and he'd be arrested if he returned. He didn't have a record, and the cops explained to him that the previous owner was actually gone. So I really didn't expect him to return. A month, maybe 2, went by, and all was well. I forgot all about the asshole and fell into a new routine working from home. Part of that routine consists of a lunchtime nap since my son decided he doesn't enjoy sleeping for more than a few hours at a time. I had just gotten him to sleep and laid down myself when I heard a living room window shatter. I was on my feet in a second and soon realized my phone was still in the other room. Someone was walking over broken glass toward the hallway, meaning there was no way to get to the phone without confronting them. I knew it was the creep, because who else would it be? I pulled the dresser in front of the door. The only option I could think of was to grab the baby and try to get out the window, but as soon as I started opening it, the man was at the door. I could hear the knob turn before the banging started. He never said a word, but the dresser was moving another inch with every impact. I wasn't sure if I should hold it shut or keep going for the window. Climbing out with an infant isn't exactly a fast process, especially while my body was shaking from fear and adrenaline. Ultimately, I did go back to push it closed again, and the drawer's knobs dug into me painfully with each subsequent kick. I begged him to stop. I said I had called the police even though I couldn't. I tried offering him money. I even claimed to know the previous owner's address, but nothing stopped him. With each strike, his breaths became a little heavier, but at least 5 minutes went by without him slowing down. Do you know how long 5 minutes is in terms of attacking a door with your full strength? I was exhausted just trying to hold everything in place, but this guy wasn't showing any sign of quitting. I honestly didn't know what to do. Every worst-case scenario played out in my mind as the dresser continued bruising my arms and back. I was literally on the ground, legs braced against the closet wall and pushing with everything I had. Then I heard the most wonderful voice I'd ever heard in my life. It was a woman yelling, "Freeze, this is the police." Multiple footsteps came charging down the hall, and there was a loud crash as the creep was thrown to the ground. Another officer spoke to me through the door, advising me to stay put until they cleared the rest of the house. Once they had the man outside and knew that he was alone, I gave my statement. Luckily, my neighbor noticed the window on his lunch break, and when I didn't answer the phone, he called the police. It really does pay to know your neighbors. I have a full security alarm now, along with other cameras. The creep has spent a little time in jail, but he won't be there long enough to suit me. I can't afford to move yet again. Somehow, I don't think the restraining order will mean very much to him, but I'm happy to have it anyway. Hopefully, I'll just never have to see the man again. But yeah, that's my intruder story. Thanks for reading. A few years ago, I was hiking in the woods in northern New Hampshire when I ran across what looked like an abandoned house. I love finding places just like this to explore, so obviously I was very curious about the house's contents. There was a pathway to the house made of stones that had been covered with weeds and various other vegetation. The house was surrounded by overgrown grass and tree limbs that had fallen, making it difficult to get to the porch. The front porch was small and made up of bricks that had a layer of moss grown all over it. It was obvious that no one had been there in many years. The front door was intact and locked from the inside. I didn't see any broken windows that I could fit through, and the windows on the front of the house were covered with a thick layer of dust or dirt. I couldn't see inside. I checked to see if the windows would open, but I suppose the wood had warped and swelled, so none of them would open. I gave up on getting inside the house and settled for walking around the backside of the house to explore the grounds around instead. When I made my way to the backside, I found a window that was a bit less dirty, and I was able to peek inside. I couldn't see much. What I did see was an area rug and what looked like a small table beside the window. I decided to try the back door, on the off chance that it would be open and I could find out exactly what was going on with this mysterious house. Lo and behold, the back door was unlocked, but when I gave it a slight push, I could feel the frame was loose and weak. It didn't take much force to push it open. What I saw once inside completely took my breath away. I was standing in a kitchen, complete with dirty dishes in a sink, a drain board with old cups and glasses turned upside down from being washed but covered in a thick layer of dust now. There was a small kitchen table with drinking glasses on it and a newspaper that dated back to June of 1959. The cabinets were stocked with dishes, and there was a tall pantry that contained various jars of preserves of fruits and veggies that had obviously been canned by hand. Everything was covered in dust. I continued to walk through the house and found each room I entered to be completely furnished and covered in dust or dirt. There were spider webs throughout the entire home, as well as signs of rodent activity. There was a dresser, the drawers filled with clothes that had been chewed and nested in by what I assume were mice. In the closet hung more clothes. They'd begun to deteriorate and had holes from insects. Upon further inspection of a child's dress I found, it seemed that the clothes were also handmade. There were 2 bedrooms, one of which was obviously a room for children with 2 twin beds that were perfectly made up. The bedding was in poor condition, but it seemed to have been hand-stitched. Same thing in the other room, only it contained just 1 larger bed rather than 2. The cabinet in the bathroom had few toiletries, a straight-edge razor, as well as towels. They were neatly folded, but had now become a nest for small animals. At this point, I was pretty creeped out. I began feeling as if I was being watched. I decided it was time to leave this strange house that appeared to be stuck in time. As I walked through the short hallway that led me back into the living room, I decided to see what kind of pictures were hanging on the walls. I wiped some of the dust off of the pictures hanging near the doorway of what appeared to be the parents' bedroom. I discovered it was a photo of a wedding. The photo was very faded and appeared to have some type of mildew growing behind the glass. I decided to take a moment, check out a few more pictures in the frames. Most were of scenery or various still subjects. I found another photo hanging in the living room near the front door. This one was of the entire family. It was in even worse condition than the previous photos, but you could clearly make out a man, a woman holding what appeared to be a small infant, and 2 children sitting on the floor at their feet. I found this very odd as I hadn't seen any signs of an infant anywhere in the home. I don't know what could have possibly become of this family that lived in the house. Did they leave for work and school and never made it home? Did they decide to take off and leave all their worldly possessions behind? Why? What happened to the infant in the family? To this day, I have so many questions that I know I'll never have the answers to. I stumbled upon a home that day, not a house. That was a family's home that they lived in, experienced life in, and mysteriously disappeared from. I've never been back and never intend to. Just thinking about the place creeps me out. It was as if the family had no clue that they'd never return to their home the day that they just walked out the door, and it was apparent that no one had come looking for them. So there you have it. I found a family's home hidden in the deep woods of northern New Hampshire. I still don't really like to think about what happened. I'm not sure the exact time this happened, but it was around a year ago. My friends and I always enjoyed finding abandoned places to explore, whether it was a warehouse or a huge mansion, a racetrack once. There were 5 of us, and all of us had some sort of weapon just in case and a flashlight. We had just finished exploring some old abandoned house when my friend mentioned he knew of a warehouse that had been abandoned for years, about 20 minutes away. So of course we all hopped in the car and took off, listening to our favorite songs. The experience was incredibly fun until the moment it happened. We all arrive and get out, and as we look for a way in, I realize I've been here before. So is my friend Pearson, who's right behind me. Both of us are indifferent about it. It's still fun to go look, so I find a gate to jump over. The gate will be a key factor in the future. I inform my other friends that I've been here before, and it's a pretty cool area, just small. We walk in and see paint tearing off the walls, smashed glass everywhere. The floor has a layer of trash, and a rancid smell reeks the entire time. You get used to it, however, so we didn't really have any complaints. But then I realized something. There's a basement. All of a sudden, my friend looks at me startled and says, "The basement door was open last time you were here." He's right, but for me, I don't necessarily get scared easily, so big deal. Who cares? Others have probably visited recently. Who knows? But this is where the scenery gets in your head. Everything is in ruins. You can see other rooms through the holes in the walls. Then the smallest corner in the far back of the warehouse is a slimy stairway down to a basement with a door to the left. I recall the previous time I went in and remember one key detail. The basement door only locks from inside. I tell all of my friends this cautiously and look down the shaded corridor into the darkness. I'm still not scared, but somewhat nervous, yet I have to prove myself to my friends. I go down. Every footstep creaks. I finally reach the door. I put my hand on the doorknob, about to twist it, when I hear something. Someone or something was breathing right behind the door. I'm in disbelief. There's no possible way someone's locked themselves back there. I twist the handle. It's locked. I quickly shuffle up the stairs when the worst part happens. The door downstairs opened. I've never run for my life, but in that moment I did. I didn't know what happened. We were all rushing as fast as possible through the building, and we could hear noises behind us. We didn't know if we were knocking stuff over or if whatever was behind the door was chasing us. I run a lot, so I was the first one outside. I see my hope, the gate. All I have to do is plant my foot, hop, and climb over. Foot's planted. I jump. A hand grabs my hoodie and pulls me down to the floor. It's my friend. I won't reveal his name. He's grabbed my jacket and pulled me down to the floor. I understood in that moment he was panicking and was the most non-athletic, so I let him go ahead, helping him. Plus, he was driving, and I needed that car to be started and ready to go. I hop the fence to get to everyone in the car. I'm the last one to enter the car as I hear the noise, something that sounds like someone smashing whatever is near them inside the warehouse. I don't know what happened there, nor did any of us care to find out. I believe I have witnessed demonic possession or something of the like. It was in 9th grade, about 7 years ago. I had a best friend, let's call her Ashley. Well, Ashley didn't have the best upbringing. She lived in Wisconsin, I believe, growing up. And she always told me about how, when she was around the age of 8, her house that she'd been living in caught on fire. She ended up making it out with her father and brother, but her 2 younger sisters and her mother died. She used to always say that she felt something following her. I'd be on the phone with her late at night and I'd hear her scream. I'd hear a thud. She'd come to school with bright red handprints around her ankles from where something or someone had yanked her off of her bed. The first thoughts that occurred to me were maybe it was abuse from her father or her brother. As time went on and I really got to know her father and brother, spending weeks over there at a time, I came to the conclusion it wasn't them. Her father worked hard. He truly wasn't around Ashley any more than I was, probably less. And if her brother were home at any given point, he was usually high, to the point where getting off the couch wasn't even feasible. When I'd be over there, weird things would happen. I'd be getting something to drink in the middle of the night. I would turn the light off, start back down the hallway, and the light would flicker back on. There was only one light switch, at the edge of the kitchen in the living room, and I'd quickly turn around. No one would be there. Well, one night, it was me, Ashley, and our friend Eli over at Eli's house. Everything was going fine, and Ashley had fallen asleep, head in my lap. Eli and I were watching something on TV, when out of nowhere, about an hour into her sleep, Ashley got really cold. I covered her up, and it didn't seem to help at all. About another 15 minutes later, she shot up and took a rather large breath of air. She then got up off the bed and started walking down the hallway. Eli and I were confused, but we didn't bother to follow her. Maybe she was going to the bathroom. She came back about a minute later with a butcher's knife in her hands. She stood at the edge of the door with the knife up, just staring. We then proceeded to freak the fuck out just a little bit. Eli asking me what to do. Had we ever talked about this? Wasn't there something about lining the door with salt? I don't fucking know. Maybe. Let's just try it. Okay. So we do. She hasn't moved an inch, dude. Should we call someone? Eli asked. No. The last thing we need is the police to show. Ashley turns and proceeds to start chanting in some weird fucking language. Latin, maybe talking backwards. She turns to her left, starts repeatedly stabbing the wall, still chanting. We sit there, staring in silence, unmovable. She then turns and throws the knife down the hallway and falls to the floor. At this point, Eli's brother, Jake, wakes up and opens his bedroom door. What the hell is going on? Stay where you're at. Get back in your room and shut the door, he tells his brother, Jake. What? He asks. He walks towards Ashley, and her gaze turns to meet him. He instantly freaks out, jumps into the bathroom, shutting and locking the door. Then she begins clawing at the fucking door. We all just sit there in dead silence while we can hear the scratching at the door. This goes on for 5 more minutes, and she stops. She then makes direct eye contact with Eli. She starts repeating his name over and over again in a horrifying voice. Eli, 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 Eli. At this point, Eli just starts crying. He has no idea what else to do. Well, what happened next is what hit me in my core, made me rethink life a little. Ashley was all of 5'2", maybe 110 pounds, soaking wet. She blew the salt away, backwards fucking crawled into the room, snatches a recliner out of her way, and grabs a necklace she'd lost about a week prior. The necklace was an upside-down cross, black on some black-colored chain. And then she backwards fucking crawls down the hallway, out of the house. We all sat there in shocked silence, just for a few minutes. After I finally muster all of the courage possible, I take off after her, Jake and Eli soon following suit. We searched for about an hour, and we couldn't find her. This time, we went back inside and called her dad. Keep in mind, it was about 3 a.m., and he doesn't answer the phone. Eli, Jake, and I gather in Eli's bedroom, confused about what to do. We just sit there, and at some point, almost against our own will, we fall asleep. I'm the first one to wake up. I do so in a panic. I walk down the hallway and turn into the kitchen. I glanced right, and their front door was wide open. Then I looked down. Ashley was asleep on the threshold of the door. I wake her up, and she quickly freaks out. How the fuck did I get in here? Last thing I remember, I was laying down with my head in your lap. It's a long story, I tell her. And when I do, she doesn't remember anything at all. I don't know if I encountered a demon or something of that nature, but rest assured, that changed my beliefs quickly. And I don't know if it goes without saying, but I didn't spend the night in the same house as Ashley for a while. "1986. I was 14 years old visiting my dad in Alberta, Canada. After my parents had separated, my dad decided to live out in a small house in the woods, about an hour and a half away from the nearest town, off the grid. This was his dream, and he allowed me to experience it with him every other weekend. We would go hiking, hunting, kayaking, bird watching, you name it. We'd sometimes camp outside in the woods, and that's where I saw it. It was one of those camping trips I went on with my dad, where not only did I see a Bigfoot, but it was terribly close to me. My dad and I found a spot pretty deep in the brush to set up camp, and when night fell, we decided to sleep in our sleeping bags outside to watch the stars. My dad fell asleep pretty quickly, but it was a bit harder for me. I remember trying extremely hard to fall asleep that night, but to be honest, even though by that time I had been on plenty of camping trips with my dad, I was still pretty freaked out by the forest at night. This fear kept me awake all through the night. I remember that at a certain point, when I was just starting to finally drift into sleep, I heard something come out of the trees, snapping twigs loudly as it walked on towards us. My dad still fast asleep, and now I was basically pissing my pants. I thought some strange person was walking on towards our campsite, but as I squinted my eyes open a bit, I could see that only about 10 feet away from me was an enormous, hairy creature that stood and walked on two legs like a human would. Obviously, I wanted to scream out in fear, but I tried my best to pretend I was asleep in hopes that it would just eventually move along. I think the creature, which I now believe to be a Bigfoot, was attracted to the smell of the meat my dad had been cooking. And strangely, it didn't seem the least bit interested in us. It seemed more interested in just slowly walking around and out of our campsite. Presumably, they were looking for some food and must have thought we had some. But I have to tell you that not only was I scared at the sight of the giant hairy man, but I was also sickened by the pungent and overwhelming odor that the beast was emitting. Eventually, the Bigfoot seemed to get bored and disappeared into the darkness. I remember trembling in my sleeping bag, not being able to sleep the rest of the night. I didn't tell my father about it until he woke up the next morning, because I was afraid if I tried to wake him up during the night, the creature might have seen us awake or even heard us, and I wasn't willing to find out how it would react when it did. When I told my dad about it, he just told me it was probably a large bear walking around on his hind legs. But I described to him that the creature was extremely human-like, walked like a person would. He chalked it up to me either hallucinating from fear or that I wasn't aware I was dreaming. To this day, I know exactly what I saw. It was about 9 feet tall, with extremely long, matted brown hair all over its body, including its face, which to me seemed to look very human-like in a primitive sort of way. I'll never forget the horrible stench that made me want to vomit. That was probably the longest and most terrifying night of my life, but afterwards, I came to honor the experience because I would come to realize that the creature was undoubtedly a Bigfoot. And I was one of those few people who got the chance to see it extremely up close. So, to all you skeptics out there, I understand your incredulity, but believe me, I've experienced it firsthand. And there's no doubt that these creatures exist. I'm not sure how abundant they are, but they truly exist. And they're not only scary looking and smelly, but they're fascinating to see. And even though I only remember hearing the Bigfoot grunt and growl a bit, I feel that they're more human-like than ape-like due to the appearance of that face. That was actually the scariest part. Seeing not only was there a strange giant creature creeping around my campsite, but it was a very human-like, albeit extremely hairy creature. When I say hairy, I really mean it. I've never seen so much hair on the body of any creature. And that's my story. You can believe it or not, but I'd advise you to believe it because they're out there. It's not a myth. Unfortunately, or maybe I should say fortunately, I never encountered one after that. But the image stays clear in my head to this day. In fact, there have been many nights since then where I have dreams and I'm reliving the experience. My words here can never do justice to what I saw that night as a kid. I can never describe to you just how otherworldly and surreal the situation was. But it was real. I know I wasn't dreaming because I could not get to sleep the whole night. In fact, I was very wide awake, even though I pretended to sleep while every now and then opening my eyes slightly to catch glimpses of the Bigfoot. To this day, I'm greatly affected by the experience because it changed my whole perception of the world. After that, I would never doubt the possibility of anything existing, not even things like vampires, aliens, or the chupacabra. I learned from that night to always keep an open mind when hearing about the seemingly impossible, because I myself encountered a creature long thought and still thought to be purely a myth by most people. So, thanks for reading, and thanks to all the other people who have encountered Bigfoot like I have and have shared their stories. Stay strong, and know that even though most people will never believe what you've been through, there are loads of people out there, like me, that know you're telling the truth. My buddy Alonzo would never forgive me if he found out I was still telling this story 10 plus years out of high school. Well, we had a mutual friend named Chico who wanted to go tag an abandoned office building. It was located in an old business park that was equally as desolate. Most of the buildings were already demolished, but further down the lane, there was another building. Chico told us about him finding it. He hadn't been through it yet, though. You never know who could be living in there, so it's safer having a crew. It was a Sunday morning when we went down there. I met up with Chico and we picked up Alonzo at the church. He was dressed in his Sunday best, looking like a cheese ball. Crazy bastard had a gun tucked in his pants the whole service. He brought it just in case we did end up running into a dangerous situation. I had a backpack filled with an assortment of chemical colors. We were all relatively talented graffiti artists at the time. We weren't vandals. Our art was not sloppy. We didn't tag uninspired. If there wasn't time for the job, we wouldn't start it. Our plan was to pick one wall and make it something beautiful. We had portable lights and a small stepladder packed in the back, fully prepared to create a masterpiece that day. The entrance of the business park was overgrown with new foliage. The narrow road that led us through the rows of empty land, the greenery made it hard to find evidence that there were buildings there to begin with. The broken pavement made Chico's car shake and bounce us off the walls. The shock absorbers on his suspension were completely worn to the ground, and we felt every bump. The road got so bad, we had to park the car, grab all of our stuff, and walk the rest of the way. Deep back behind a row of trees, bushes, and thorns, we finally get to this office building Chico's been talking up. It was almost untouched by the nature around it. The parking lot was non-existent. The sidewalk, concrete, broken up with weeds like the rest of the pavement. But aside from everything else around it, I remember this building looked like it could have still been up and running. Pristine condition. a 2-story canvas of steel and concrete. There weren't many windows on the outside, and when we walked inside, it was nearly pitch black. Entering wasn't a problem. The front doors were closed, but not locked. The smell of mold hung heavy in the air. We put on our masks before we even busted out the paint, just so we didn't have to breathe in the stale air. Earlier in the week, we'd drawn up a blueprint sketch of the image that we were going to do. It incorporated all of our insignias. The design went through many drafts before we landed on the perfect one. Now, all we had to do was find the perfect wall. Unobstructed by drinking fountains or cubicle walls blocking its view, we dumped our gear and backpacks on the tile floor in the entryway and got out our portable lights. Past the front reception desk were aisles of cubicles and offices behind closed doors. The papers scattered all across the floor led me to believe this used to be an insurance firm. Deeper in the building, we came across an elevator we assumed didn't work. I jokingly pushed the buttons on the wall. None of them lit up, but miraculously, the metal door to the elevator slid open, and the light inside was on. It was really freaky. Nothing else looked to have power running through it, but the elevator was still functioning. We dared each other to go in. Alonzo was the first to volunteer. He pulled the gun from his pants, acted all tough walking into the elevator, scoffing as he passed us. Chico and I stand outside the elevator and watch Alonzo's smug face disappear behind the metal sliding door. We hear the gears of the elevator start to lurch and clink. It actually started moving. Just as it did, we heard Alonzo start screaming like we've never heard before. But given the circumstances, we both thought he was trying to fool us. But then we heard the gun go off and the zing, zing, zing sound of a bullet ricocheting off the metal interior of the elevator. It caused both of us to jump and run to the elevator doors and attempt to pry them open. As much as we tried to pull, they wouldn't budge until the elevator made its way back down and opened automatically. When the doors slid open, Alonzo falls out backwards in hysterics. Tears were falling down his face, while still continuing to scream like spiders were on him. Alonzo gets to his feet and runs out the front. We follow him out and ask what happened. I thought he shot himself in there, but I couldn't see any blood on him. But whatever happened, he pissed his pants. Chico and I probably could have been more sympathetic to our friend, but I think we were just in shock at how wild Alonzo was acting. First thing he says is, "Shit, I dropped my strap in there." I said I'd go retrieve it, and with tears still coming down his cheeks, Alonzo straight up grabs me and says, "Wait, don't." I'm like, "Get off me, dude, chill, what's wrong?" Then Alonzo tells us what happened when he walked into the elevator and the doors shut. The light, it turned off again. Standing in complete darkness, he heard something moving around above him in the elevator shaft. Then he heard the emergency escape hatch open enough for him to look up and be able to see the light from the second floor door. Then that light and depth that he was staring at became blocked by a human figure. 2 glowing red eyes looked down at him through the square hatch. That's when he screamed and fired the gun. It was crawling in head first towards him when the door opened back up. It was obvious he wasn't messing with us. Chico and I stood there with our jaws practically dropped, listening to Alonzo sob out his story. Hearing what had happened made me and Chico want to go in there again, just to see if Alonzo was messing with us, or to see if we'd experience anything. We were scared, at least I was, but I couldn't not try. Amidst his pleas for us to stay with him, Chico reasoned that we couldn't leave a loaded gun sitting in this building. It wouldn't be responsible of us. So, me and Chico left Alonzo sitting on the grass outside as we went to retrieve the boomstick he'd left behind. All of our gear was still laying by the reception desk anyway. We would have eventually had to go inside to get our stuff regardless, so we might as well get it all now, we thought. Chico and I both walked past the lights and paint, making a beeline to the elevator. Chico presses the button and the doors roll open again. The light is on, and it's the only thing illuminating the building. The gun's laying on the ground in the corner. When we walk in, Chico grabs the gun and we both look up. The emergency hatch is indeed open, like Alonzo said. We can see up into the hollow black structure. Through the hanging wires and equipment, we can see a sliver of light above us. Then I press the F2 button and the doors slide shut. Just like Alonzo said, the lights then turned out again before the elevator started to shake alive. I think Chico and I were both getting nervous. Neither of us would admit it, though. Standing in the small black room, I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I looked up, stared at the sliver of light as we got closer to it, then past it. Then our doors opened, and it was our first time seeing the second floor. It was beautiful. Large windows overlooking the forest behind the building. We didn't step out and explore, though, because we didn't want to leave Alonzo out there by himself for too long. Pressing the F1 button shut the doors again and brought us back downstairs, just as anticlimactic as the first time we ventured up. We brought everything outside and met Alonzo back on the grass. He asks, "Did you see it?" We shake our heads no and laugh at Alonzo. He never backed down, though. Good for him. Truth be told, I fully expected to see something, and I fully believed Alonzo. It's just that when we didn't get to witness anything ourselves, I guess we felt more emboldened to laugh in Alonzo's face. Either way, none of us ever got up the nerve to go back to that spot ever again. I had a stalker. A man who thought he was in love with me. He would dream of me, which were signs that we were meant to be together. He lived in another city. I'd known him years ago, but had forgotten that he existed. He began sending letters to me that were pages long. He called my place of work to ask about me. He kept calling until our administrative assistant told him in no uncertain terms that this was harassment. He responded with a slew of epithets that I won't repeat here, but these comments likened her to female genitalia, along with racial slurs. My director told me to report him as a stalker, and I did. He stopped calling, but he didn't stop writing. I got more letters. He found my work email and my personal email. He found my home phone number. He asked questions about my husband. He asked for money. He wrote disgusting things. I contacted the police in his city, begging for help. They told me that he hadn't broken any laws, so they couldn't do anything. He had a police record for assault. I had to seek out information, searching for details about my stalker, finding out everything I could because the police in 2 different states couldn't help me. This meant that he stayed in my head. I found out he had a Facebook page. People had left remarks saying that he was stalking a 13-year-old girl for sex. They called him a child molester. I left all social media save Quora and Twitter. I kept all the media that was related to my job because I had to do so. He also found me on Twitter. I blocked him and anyone who had a similar name. I deleted my website, which I used to conduct a side business, and I deleted my email address that he found on my website. I blocked any numbers I didn't recognize from my phone, and I never answered any unknown calls. I couldn't stop him from emailing me at work, but all emails went into spam, and then I saved them in a folder. Keep in mind, I never once spoke to him or acknowledged that he had reached me. Not once. But he knew. He began to get angry that he was losing access to me. He would write emails saying, "What is wrong? Do you hate me?" I would talk to my husband, asking what I could do. I thought about my son. Was this guy going to appear one day at my doorstep? Did he know where my son went to school? My mind was plagued with constant worry, and I always felt sick to my stomach when I thought of him. I had thrown out the first letter he sent me, but I was advised to keep everything else so that I could make a case if something happened. So I was a sitting duck for a possible event that could result in my own harm or someone that is dear to me. I haven't heard from him since 2016. I would like to think that ignoring him plus cutting all of my possible access helped me. I do know he got arrested for something and was put in jail. I don't know if he's out. I read somewhere, someone fantasizing about a stalker. You want this? Do you really think this is about love, desire, romance? It's sick, sick, sick. You worry all the time. You don't know when you walk down a stairwell if someone will grab you by the throat and drag you into a room. You keep remembering all the things he said to you. In one way, he did me a great favor by calling my job because my boss said, "Let me know what I can do. I will testify, sign any legal document, or do whatever I can to keep you safe." Other people called me into their office to offer their support. I wasn't alone. I understand that the media often makes stalker-like behavior into something romantic. It fills the pages of fan fiction. A lot of fairy tales have stalker-like males and females in which they reveal they are the one who will save them, who will make them happy. So the imagination may think this is okay. It's not. I know I've had a good day when my stalker does not cross my thoughts. He imprisoned my mind as much as my movements. Even writing this, I want to express feelings that are better unsaid. I'm glad that enough people took me seriously. Stalkers are terror personified, a personal hell. I have a Ouija board buried in my backyard. When I was younger, my older brother and I used one once. My mom bought it for us, not knowing the risks that are supposedly involved, haunting, possession, etc. At first, we were asking harmless questions like if our crushes liked us, where Mom hid the cookies. I was getting bored and broke our unspoken agreement to keep the questions kid-friendly. I asked it, "When will my brother die?" It creeped over to the 6, then the 7. 67 years old, maybe. I don't know why I asked it. But I was relieved that it gave an answer that was a very long time in the future. Well, after the first creepy question, my brother could no longer return to mundane questions. He was asking it if hell was real, if it could contact dead relatives. He was scaring the crap out of me. I was terrified and close to tears. Then he started talking funny. I didn't recognize his voice, and I ran to go get our mom. When I came back into the room with her in tow, he was laughing hysterically. I mean, doubled over with laughter. He said he made up that whole part just to scare me, and it worked. I was terrified beyond belief that my brother was gone. I couldn't sleep that night. I tossed, turned, had nightmares. The next day, I put on some of my mom's gardening gloves. I didn't even want to touch it with my bare hands. I shoved it in an old duffel bag and buried it. I painstakingly dug a hole, a deep, deep hole, in the backyard and shoved the bag in it. My fear lifted more and more with each shovel of dirt that I threw on top of it, out of sight, out of mind. However, years later, when I looked back at the question I asked regarding my brother's death, I thought I'd come to realize it was just a toy. It was completely inaccurate. 67 my ass, I thought. He was murdered when he was 20. There was no otherworldly knowledge, no foresight, nothing. Just two kids and the power of suggestion. Yet something about the whole experience continued to linger in my mind. I shared my story over time, and after reading through some of the comments, I was sort of blown away. My brother was 13 when we used the board. Maybe it wasn't 67. Maybe it was 6 or 7, meaning 6 or 7 years. Meaning when he was 20 years old. Maybe I was looking at it completely wrong. Who knows? And who knows why I asked that question in the first place? Was I sensing something? Was it somehow giving me a feeling of unease? I don't know, but I kind of want to go dig it up and burn it. Have I ever seen Bigfoot? Not exactly. I came across something in my wanderings that could possibly fit into the Bigfoot lore, though. I didn't exactly see any bipedal primates that day, but what I found along the Still-Quamish River was inexplicable and kinda creepy. I went up a long mountain loop road in the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest to explore an area new to me that didn't have any trails. I parked on the shoulder of the road and entered the forest. It's worth noting that in my bag I had a topo map, a compass. I knew exactly where I was at all times during this venture. I also let someone back home know what area of the national forest I would be in, as well as the expected time of my return in case anything awry happened. I threaded my way through the pathless coniferous forest towards the river. When I entered the riparian section along the water, I was met with a strange sight. Dozens of alder, maple, and willow trees, smashed, shredded, ripped up by the roots. Others snapped, broken, or knocked over. It literally looked like someone had driven a tank through the forest, creating a swath of destruction about 50 yards long in its wake. Something or someone way off the beaten path here had thrown quite the temper tantrum. I'm mystified and more than a little creeped out. Who or what caused this? I checked for tracks or prints in the forest loam. Claw marks on the shredded trees, hair caught on the twigs or undergrowth, scat to be stepped in. Nothing. The damage was fresh, none of the torn vegetation showing the slightest sign of wilt. Sap on the exposed and shredded tree trunks was still wet, and it had yet to drip. The path of destruction varied somewhat in width. It seemed to be about 8 to 12 feet along the length of the mess. It was obvious this was not the result of flooding, fire, or quake. Could a mini tornado have touched down here in these rugged Washington mountains? Never heard of it happening before, but then what was it? No trace of parts or anything mechanical. The terrain wouldn't have permitted any sort of vehicle down that far, off the road anyway. But still I search. I find no tire or tread marks, no paint scrapings on the tree trunks. The mess begins and ends abruptly, and without any further clues to its origin. I'm crawling around, so intent in finding a sign that I forgot one of the cardinal rules of tracking, to look up. There's many stories of trackers so intent on their pursuit that they failed to notice their quarry has circled back and positioned itself to ambush. Situational awareness should always go with attention to detail. I stand up. First, I'm hit with a disgusting smell, one that smells of literal garbage mixed with something I can't identify. Then, I notice the other odd detail. The forest has gone completely silent. And that's my cue to leave. I can't find any clues as to what caused this massive mess so far off the road. I head back to my car, trying to ignore the sensation of being watched, which is increasingly more obvious. About the time I can start to make out the breaks in the trees indicating the road, the forest has resumed its baseline noise, birds and insect activity. I left the woods none the wiser. Hopefully I didn't get too bogged down with the details of this account, but I'm still baffled as to who or what could have caused such destruction. A friend who's a Bigfoot hunter on his weekends was convinced that I found signs of Bigfoot territory, a warning to other bipeds to stay away. I don't know. Draw your own conclusions. When my dad died in 1979, it was sudden and without warning. He was entering his bedroom to lay down and take a nap. My aunt and I heard the thud when he hit the small rocking chair and then the floor. I looked at him and knew that he was dead before he hit the floor. His routine each morning, starting at 5 o'clock, he got out of bed, got dressed, then walked through the living room, through the small swinging doors into the kitchen. He would go over to the chair between the small table and kitchen counter, plug in his coffee pot, sit down, and wait for the first cup to brew. When he pulled the chair out, it always made a slight scraping sound. After the funeral, I stayed on for a while in the back bedroom, just down a short hallway. The first time it happened, I wasn't sure how to react, nor if it had really happened. 5 o'clock in the morning, I came awake with the realization that someone was in the house. I crept out of bed, grabbed the flashlight, and tried to silently head toward the living room. The telephone was there, and I could call the police. When I got there, no one was there. I searched the house over. No one. I went back to bed thinking it must have been a dream. I was also coming down with influenza and figured that I had hallucinated. 3 nights later, 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm awake listening to footsteps. I had just gotten out of bed when I heard the swinging doors of the kitchen. I managed to sneak down the short hallway, flipped on the light, and nothing. Okay, and this went on for the rest of the week, until finally I just lay in bed, listening to the sounds, and then it took a horrific turn. I heard the chair at the table scrape out, and then the smell of coffee brewing filled the air. I could even hear the coffee pot brewing. I just lay there in bed, not knowing what to think, trying to not start screaming. Why, I'll never know. And after a few minutes, there was silence and no coffee smell. This went on for 3 nights. I called a friend of mine to come over and spend the night. I told him that I was trying to just recover from my dad's death and needed someone around. He agreed. He woke me up the next morning a few minutes after 5. "Billy," he whispered, "there's someone in the house." I calmed him down and told him to just sit on the bed and wait. And sure enough, we heard footsteps into the kitchen, the scrape of the chair, and the strong smell of brewing coffee. He quietly followed me in the dark to the kitchen. I turned on the light, and nothing. The coffee pot was not on. The chair hadn't been moved. The next move was quick and decisive. Robert was dressing, heading out of the bedroom door entrance to the outside, and he says, "I don't know what's going on here, and I don't give a fuck. I'm out of here." After 2 more days of the visits, I walked into the kitchen, stood in the middle of the floor, and shouted, "Dad, you can't keep doing this. You're dead. You died. Please, I love you and I miss you, but please go away. Go wherever you're supposed to go. I can't keep going through this with you." And then I broke down and cried like a baby. The visit stopped at that moment. No more. I've often wondered if sometimes when we die, if it's monstrously sudden, do we realize that we're dead? Do we try to continue on as if nothing out of the way has happened? Do we have to be told that we're dead and that we need to move on? I don't know the answer to these questions, but I do know what I experienced, and I know that Robert would never set foot in the house again, and he would never talk about that morning. As a child in Pennsylvania, I remember fainting at the sight of something large, furry, and black in the edge of the woods while running a trail home from my friend's house. But that could have been a bear. However, then I moved to the Olympic Peninsula last fall, and after Thanksgiving, maybe early December, one morning around 4 a.m., Our Labrador was whining, so I got up, put my shoes on, and let him out. He ran out all of 3 steps, stopped, and his tail went between his legs. He turned and jumped into the house, whining again. I could hear the dogs on this one road going crazy outside. There was limited development here, just the beach on the one side, mountains on the other, with one small highway between. I walked out into our driveway, being new and curious and eager to check out the neighborhood. Trees, trees, and trees. I was listening with my eyes closed, thinking, beagle. Then in the mix, hound. Shepherd. I was hearing all the different dogs. I was feeling like I was using echolocation because it was so dark, I couldn't see more than just our cars in the corner of the house. Then, suddenly, I heard what can only be described as a gorilla bark. One that shook the ground, and it came from the opposite direction, behind me. I've worked with crocodiles and alligators up to 13 feet and nearly a ton. I've worked with king cobras and been bitten by a cobra. I've camped the Serengeti and had lions brush up against me in the night through my tent. I stared down a dozen hippos from about 20 feet at Zima Springs in Kenya. I've been bitten by a Gila monster, drugged down the road by a horse on my head. Insert joke about head injury here. I've been kicked by emus, pecked by herons, mauled by prairie dogs on live TV, squeezed by pythons, bitten by rattlesnakes. But this time, I was scared. The ground continued to shake as this thing moved through the trees, likely heading right for me. Shaking from the movement, there was an audible grunting sound too, just a short distance away. I knew it was only getting closer to me. I had no idea what this thing would look like. I just knew it was massive. I also know that sound, that bark, it wasn't a person. Way too loud. It was not a bear, a cougar, elk, deer, or raven. Nor was a piece of machinery running in the quarry in the middle of the night. It was something big cutting through the quarry, coming from the beach, heading to the mountains before dawn. I don't know what it was, because I slowly walked back inside and looked out the window into blackness. I have since gotten a little braver and heard more suspicious sounds, but nothing as obvious as that night. I'm pretty positive that we'll find a few small troops of man-ape species from the Ice Age that still inhabit some nooks and crannies of the Northwest. Stay tuned. My husband had a year-long training for his medical job in the military, so the kids and I were allowed to move so that we could live with him. We thought that we'd really lucked out when I'd found a house for rent in a quaint little suburb of San Antonio, and the owner wanted to rent to a military family. It had 3 bedrooms, a huge office, playroom, a garage, a big storage shed with windows, even an in-ground pool with pool service included in the rent, which was only $850 a month. We should have known it was too good to be true. It was great at first. We had frequent cookouts and entertained our new friends. The kids loved swimming, and it was nice to cool off from the record temperatures. The kitchen was small, but the huge playroom had built-in shelves and a split door so that I could shut the bottom and open the top half, keep my toddler contained but accessible while I was busy in either the kitchen or the living room. And the house sat on a cul-de-sac, less than a mile from the elementary school. We loved it. And then it started. We'd been there maybe a couple of months when we noticed the first sign that something was off. Birds wouldn't fly over our yard. When they occasionally did, they got into gruesome mid-air fights that often resulted in a dead bird falling to our grass. It was like nothing we'd ever seen. The odd animal issues continued. Hundreds of tiny baby snakes poured from a crack under the toilet. No problem, we had it sealed. The mangled corpses of various animals appeared on our yard. No problem. One of our neighbors must have a cat. We thought a cat had given birth under our storage shed. We couldn't see the kittens, but we could hear them. Until we couldn't. We could only smell them. We never saw them. My husband's coworker gave us a kitten. I grew up raising and taming them. This one couldn't be tamed. I still have scars from it. We had to give it back, and once we did, it was like a whole new kitten. I think the animal event that upset me the most involved the nest of little birds they'd made it on our towel stand by the pool. For many weeks, we watched the mama bird sit on the nest. When she'd taken a food break, I'd sneak the boys out to admire the nest, never touching it and warning them not to get too close and never to touch. Finally, the eggs started to hatch. The next day, the mama bird was gone, never to be seen again. When I peeked at the eggs, the baby birds were still inside, half-hatched, dead, with the most horrible expressions, as if they'd died in agony, their bodies twisted inside their shells. I didn't even think that birds could have expressions, but I swear these did. Probably around the time the baby birds died, the noises started. There was an odd scraping noise from the attic. We brushed it off as squirrels or a tree, but it didn't seem right. Then the knocking started. Steady, rhythmic knocking. It would go on for hours, but it took me forever to find the source. Sometimes, out of frustration, I'd scream for it to stop, and it would immediately. The knocking was coming from behind a door in the garage. I didn't know what was behind the door because it was screwed shut, with hinges on both sides that had been painted over heavily. I called the landlady to ask what was in the closet. I explained there were noises emanating from it. She said it was the water heater. I knew it wasn't. I reminded her the water heater was in the closet, in the hallway. She muttered some dismissive excuse and quickly hung up. It made no sense. One day, I crept towards the knocks. Just as I reached my hand towards the door, they stopped. My fingers were still about an inch away, so it wasn't as if I'd pushed shut a loose door. And believe me, the door wasn't loose. I went back inside, and they started again. I tiptoed back out, but again, they stopped when I got close. This went on for a couple of hours. I even said hello one time, and they stopped. But further questions did not elicit any response. I was baffled. Then the nightmares started. I was plagued by terrifying dreams. I was being stalked by a tall man in a tall hat. I never saw his face, but I heard his laughter. I also kept seeing images of these bizarre creatures in my dreams. The head of a dog or jackal, with the body of a raccoon, but the tail of something else entirely. They had red eyes, and I could find no reference to them online. Needless to say, I didn't sleep well at all. I also started getting sick a lot. My pain and fatigue were overwhelming. I spent much of my time in bed, crying. I became very depressed. The scrapes, knocks, and nightmares persisted. Eventually, I became determined to make it all stop. I searched online and in the phone books for paranormal research teams or psychics or anyone that would help me. I couldn't find much, and I couldn't seem to get in touch with anyone. Out of sheer desperation, I called the local Catholic diocese. I'm not even Catholic, but I figured they would know someone that they could put me in touch with, someone that would take me seriously. And they did. They didn't even flinch at my story. They said that I just needed to call this guy, that he was the one that handled cases like these. They had a guy who specialized in this. I thought I was crazy. I called him, told him everything. I was afraid he thought I was nuts. I told him I believed whatever it was intended to kill me, destroy my marriage, or both. He said that he'd need to talk to my husband that evening, and I thought to myself, yeah, he must be planning to tell my husband I need psychiatric help. When my husband got off the phone with him that evening, We had an appointment for the team of men to come to a house blessing. The man had told my husband that he'd had 5 other nearly identical calls that day, after mine. He said that we had an infestation. It was only later that I learned that's what Catholics call a house possession. They showed up with holy water, Bibles, rosaries, and scapulars like these. They prayed, burned incense and candles, read from their Bibles as they sprinkled holy water over seemingly every inch of the house and yard. It didn't help. We had to move. As my husband was packing up the last of our things alone, because I'd refused to go back to that house once I left, he met a neighbor from an adjacent street. Of course, he said nothing to her of the weird happenings, the ones that had driven us away, but she happened to mention something odd. She said that they had been bothered by scraping sounds from their attic. When her husband went to check it out, he saw a bunch of raccoon-like animals with glowing red eyes. She said it was enough to make them consider moving too. I don't know who lives there now or if the subsequent residents have had similar problems, but I've often wondered, but never dared to try to find out. I'm just glad to be rid of that house. I do know that the neighbors had told us we were the first family to rent there for longer than 6 months, and I do know that someone else bought the house 2 years after we left. Oh, and I almost forgot the strangest part. Just before we moved, I became obsessed with getting into that closet in the garage. I stayed up literally all night, fighting to free those hinges. When I'd finally removed the last screw, I decided to take a break and gather myself before I revealed whatever was behind that door. I was exhausted, sore, and drenched in sweat. It was morning, and I'd already gotten my oldest son off to school, and my husband had taken the little one to daycare. I was almost ready. I wound up falling asleep in a chair in the garage. To this day, I can't understand or explain it, but I never opened that door. I'm sure everyone says this, but I want to preface my story by saying that I try to be as rational and as logical as I can be in everything that I do. I wouldn't attribute something to the paranormal if I thought there would be a rational explanation. That being said, I've always had a fascination with the paranormal. Here are some of my, what I believe to be, paranormal experiences. The first was when I was about 10 years old. My family and I went to stay with my dad's sister and her family for Easter. Before my aunt and uncle split up, they lived in a very large, very old, almost mansion-like house. I loved this house, even though it often made me feel uneasy. One night when my extended family were in the kitchen playing board games, I opted to stay in the living room and watch TV. My family are all quite a bit older than me, and I often got bored sitting around with all the adults. I was channel hopping and generally zoning out when a noise startled me. The handle to the living room door was rattling. I quickly turned and the rattling stopped. I went to the door and opened it, expecting to see one of my brothers tearing down the corridor to the kitchen, but there was nobody there. The corridor was dark, lit only by the light that leaked out from around the kitchen door. I returned to the couch, a little perturbed but otherwise okay. A few minutes later, the rattling started again, this time more urgently. I quickly got up and sprinted to the door. For a moment, the rattling stopped. Then, to my horror, the handle began to turn, slowly but surely. I don't know how I found the courage to do so, but I ripped open the door while the handle was still turning, ready to scream at whoever was teasing me. The corridor was empty. I'd considered several explanations, from the wind to a mini earthquake, but nothing explains how the handle started turning, as if someone was on the other side. My next experience, it took place in my family's home. I was about 15 and going through a phase of staying up late every night. Before my dad died, He ran several brass bands in the local area and often came home late at night. He'd always wind down with some TV before going to bed, but he'd always forget to put the headphones in. This night was no different. I was sitting reading on my bed, and I started to hear the muffled sound of the TV beneath my feet. I don't know if I was in a bad mood or something, but it made me really mad that night. I threw my book down, stormed down the stairs, flung open the living room door, and pitch black. The room was pitch black and dead silent. My heart started pounding. Had I imagined it? But I hadn't. As I shut the door and started to walk back up the stairs, the sound started up again. It sounded like a conversation, but no matter how hard I strained to hear what was being said, the voices remained distorted. I didn't sleep a wink that night. This last experience, it also occurred in my house. I was about 17 and settling in for bed at about 3 a.m. I was lying in bed, about to sleep, when I realized I needed to go to the bathroom. Absolute pain, but I dragged myself up nonetheless. As I go to open my door, I'm hit by a sudden sense of dread. Something's telling me not to go out into the landing. As I try to steady my breathing, I hear something outside my door. A slow, steady step going up the stairs. The stairs in my house are ridiculously creaky, and it's impossible to go up them without making a sound. I was also the only one in the house that night, so to hear the footsteps coming up the stairs was utterly terrifying. I shouted to whatever was outside, hoping to scare it off. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and it took me several minutes to muster up the courage to open the door. The landing was empty. I quickly went from room to room, looking for any evidence of someone having been in the house, but everything was undisturbed, and the windows were all shut. I didn't sleep a wink that night either. So, there you have it. Some very spooky, unexplained incidents that may or may not be paranormal. I was swimming in the ocean with a friend when I saw something floating in the water nearby us. I knew what it looked like to me, but it was a bit transparent. I asked my friend if he saw anything floating a few feet away from us and pointed to where I was seeing it. He said he didn't see anything, and then he asked me what I saw. I told him I could see what looked like a woman's body floating face down, naked, with long red hair. He was understandably freaked out and wanted to get out of the water immediately. We went inside, changed, and started preparing dinner. His roommate came home, and while we were all sitting around talking, I started asking his roommate some questions about his job as a criminal defense attorney. As the conversation went on, I asked him if he ever had to defend anyone he knew on serious charges. He said yes, actually, after a friend of his was charged with murder when his wife's body washed ashore right in front of this very condo 12 years ago. I looked over at my friend, and he was 50 shades of pale, with his jaw on the floor. Then I asked his roommate to describe what she looked like. He said that she had very long red hair, and that she was found naked, lying face down on the beach. I let my friend explain what had happened earlier that day. They were both stunned. My mother is from India, and every couple of years we would go stay with my grandparents. They lived in a small, poor village, and I never liked going. The smells were awful, the food was terrible, and I still don't like to think about the water. But those were minor issues. The real problem was the demon. At least, we would consider it a demon. Over there, maybe a djinn. I don't really know. They have lots of beliefs about demons over there, but I never spent much time learning about it. The vast majority of my adolescence was spent in Atlanta, and I was insecure about my heritage, so I generally rejected anything to do with it. Now that my grandparents have passed away, I deeply regret my reluctance, but I digress. What I do know is that something isn't right about the land they lived on. From as young as I can remember, there were strict rules about not getting out of bed at night, or in my case, a pallet on the floor next to my parents' bed. Everyone slept with different idols and charms above their heads. They were supposed to protect us, but only if we stayed put. When I was younger, I believed every word of it. My parents always made sure that I used the bathroom before bed, and I even had bells tied to my ankles at one point. At night, I'd hear footsteps puttering around the dirt floor, and sometimes there would be scratching on the walls or a pair of glowing eyes in the dark. They weren't red or anything, just glowing like an animal's eyes. But we didn't have any pets. The most frightening night of those years happened when I was 7. I was almost asleep when a set of footsteps came into my room and stopped directly next to me. I kept my eyes squeezed shut behind my blanket, but the top of my head was still exposed, and I felt a warm breath of air on my head. It was like a big animal hovering over me, sniffing. The last time we visited, I was 14 and in the throes of a particularly strong, rebellious streak. I thought my family was paranoid, that the footsteps and heavy breaths were just my cousins. They always resented me for having a better life. The glowing eyes and the scratching noises, they were wild animals coming to steal food because the walls had so many holes. I was just too young and naive to see it before, I thought. Well, this was my year to prove it. During our first night, I decided to chase down anyone who moved. It was almost 3 a.m. when I woke up to something walking in the hallway, and I was moving towards it in an instant. My parents kept a candle burning in the center of the room. Dirt floors, not a fire hazard. They used it as an extra barrier against the demon, and I grabbed it as I passed by. The footsteps suddenly began moving in the opposite direction, towards the back door. To me, this confirmed that my cousins hadn't expected me to actually investigate, and now they were trying to get away. So I chased them right into the backyard. When I got there, I saw a dark figure, one the exact same size as my older cousin, shooting into the tall grass. I went literally 2 steps in, just a few feet behind him, when my mother's voice made me freeze mid-stride. She had followed me outside and was screaming for me to stop. At first, I was relieved, because I was about to have proof that the bad, scary stuff was actually just my shitty cousin. But as I stepped backwards, a 10 to 12-foot spectacled cobra struck out exactly where my foot had been. If I'd taken one more step, it would have gotten to me, and there's no way I had a chance of making it to a hospital in time. My initial reaction was anger. I was so focused on proving there was no demon that I forgot about the very real dangers that snakes present in India. Even more so since my cousin should have known better. We've lost family members to cobras. Most people in that village have. I couldn't imagine him running into that grass. I'd gone in right behind him, though. So how had he not been bitten? I ran away from there faster than I've ran in my life. Straight past my hysterical mother, and into the house where I intended to show everyone that the cousin I suspected was gone. I wanted to shove the whole thing in their faces. But my cousin was sleeping in his bed. All of them were. Not one person was missing. Now I know you're going to think that someone doubled back through the front door, but they didn't. Even though I stopped at the sound of my mom's voice, the figure's footsteps never did. I could hear them continuing in the complete opposite direction and into the distance. No one is that fast. Plus, it's a tiny house. They would have woken everyone trying to rush back inside. So, who or what led me straight into a cobra without getting bit themselves? This whole incident only reaffirmed my family's belief in the demon. They believe it ran into the field and took the form of the cobra. But my mom was able to save me just in time. Technically, she did save me, but I don't know if I can believe that the snake was anything but a snake. Part of me wants to say that we had an intruder that got extremely lucky, but another part of me has to wonder, what are the odds that we have an intruder on that night of all nights? I'm fully aware of all the stories going around where homeless people live in someone's attic or crawl space, but we're not talking about America. This was a dirt-poor village in a small hut with 4 tiny rooms, all packed with people. There were literally no extra nooks or crannies. My close call scared my parents so much that we didn't go back at the usual time when I was 16. Instead, they decided to put it off a couple more years. And then, both my grandparents died just 8 months apart from one another. My mom never had a particularly close relationship with her siblings, so we never returned. I'm almost 40 now, and I think about that snake regularly. What do you guys think? All theories welcome. The Natchez Trace is one of the oldest transportation routes in North America. Humans have been using it for over 10,000 years. If you enjoy stories from the pioneering days, you've probably heard of it, as it's fairly well known for all the brutal robberies and murders that took place there. Today, you can enjoy a beautiful scenic drive down its entire length, but growing up, it was just an old closed-down road with a dark history. I grew up in Natchez, Mississippi, and the road I lived on ran directly over it. My dad would drive us to the overpass, park on the side of the road, and we would take our bikes down to ride along the trace. While there, he would tell me stories about all the Civil War skirmishes that would take place there, on and around the trail, how Meriwether Lewis of Lewis and Clark died and was buried along the trail, and so much more. One of the things he talked about most was the Harps brothers. They were known as Big Harp and Little Harp, and they ended up being some of the road's most feared bandits of all time. Most outlaws were motivated by money or food, but not these guys. They were straight up killing for the fun of it, full-on psychopaths. They terrorized travelers through Mississippi, Tennessee, and Kentucky, and they weren't shy about who they attacked. Big Harp is especially infamous for killing his own daughter because she cried too loud. But that's how twisted these guys were. They didn't hesitate to murder entire families. Anyone who crossed their paths were fair game. It was also a commonly used route for transporting slaves, and they were always prime targets for bandits. Once captured, they could be sold at auction or ransomed back to their owners. There truly is no end to the horrifying acts committed on this trail. Now, I had very much been raised to believe that there are no such thing as ghosts, demons, or monsters. My family is one of logic and science, so these were genuinely just interesting history lessons for me. I was never afraid to be out after dark. I knew those stories were from days long past. The idea that the road could be haunted never remotely occurred to me. Then Dad's bike got a flat tire, and we had to walk 45 minutes back to the truck. In the dark. Normally, we had flashlights if we were going to be out that late, but we had fully intended to be home early that day. Luckily, the full moon and the stars were bright enough that we could just make our way. If anything, we thought the whole thing was funny. There was absolutely no fear or paranoia of any kind. But then we heard a woman scream. It sent a chill through me, one that I felt in my bones. I couldn't have been more than 7 or 8, but I remember exactly how that sound made me feel. The entire atmosphere changed, and this was the 90s, so we didn't have a way to call for help. I've never seen my dad so torn. I didn't understand his position back then, but we were essentially on a dark, unused road in the middle of the woods, and that woman sounded like someone was hurting her. What do? Leave your kid to investigate? He didn't have a weapon or anything to defend himself, and there was no way of knowing how many people were out there. Before he could do anything, a woman's voice screamed, "Help!" from much closer, and he sprung into action. In a blink of an eye, he pushed me to the far side of the road and laid our bikes in the bushes, saying we would collect them in the morning. While he was doing that, I was looking in the direction the screams had come from and saw two glowing red eyes set in the darkness. Again, I had zero knowledge of ghosts or monster stories. I had no clue what I was seeing. So when Dad turned back around, I pointed out the eyes and asked what it was. He didn't say anything. He only just stared at them. And while we were both looking, there was another scream. The loudest, closest one yet, and it absolutely came from the owner of those creepy red eyes. If not it, then something that it had a hold of. But the woods were completely still. There wasn't so much as a light breeze when this was happening. At that point, Dad scooped me up and started running for the truck. I had my arms wrapped around his neck, looking over his shoulder, facing behind us, and the second we began moving, something in the woods began moving, fast. It didn't come out into the open, but I could hear it crashing through the brush as it chased after us, and Dad only ran faster. Before long, it was even with us, and there were two more blood-curdling screams that sounded like someone was being murdered, but whatever it was, never broke the tree line. When we got to the overpass where the truck was, Dad started climbing without slowing down a bit. I saw the eyes one more time. Whatever it was watched us as we climbed the hill, but that was it. When we got to the truck, Dad pushed me through the driver's side and got back on the road in record time. We lived less than 2 minutes away from that spot, so we were still full of adrenaline when we got home. And Dad kept looking outside every few minutes for the rest of the night, worried something may have followed us. I must have asked him what that thing was 1,000 times, but he didn't know any more than I did. He called the police to report the screams, but he didn't mention the part about being chased, and we never heard anything back from the cops. I think that experience had him questioning everything he thought he knew about our world, but after a few days, his mind began rationalizing certain things away. He went back for our bikes the next day without me, and we eventually resumed our regular trips to the trace. But we were never out there past nightfall again. We also planned how far we went based on how long it would take to walk back, just in case there was another accident. I really don't know what we saw. Some people say it was a skinwalker. Some people say it was a demon or a restless spirit. One person thought it was a banshee. I'm not sure if I believe in all of those things or not, but if those things do exist, then that road has to be crawling with them. One of the most haunted places I've ever been. It's a place in South Africa in an area called Northcliffe. I just did a quick check on the Google Maps and I couldn't find it, so perhaps this house no longer exists. It was an old house in a strange part of the neighborhood. The street was always deserted and quiet. No dogs barking and no children playing. You'd think nobody lived there, but you'd be mistaken. People lived in the houses, but they were not often seen outdoors. I heard rumors that they were Satan worshippers or witches, but I put that down to gossip. One of the houses did have a statue outside of Lucifer reading the Bible with a smirk on his face. I thought it was odd that someone would put up a statue like this in their yard. Nevertheless, you can't make judgments just because everyone in a particular street seems weird. The house I'm talking about today apparently belonged to a mining engineer. Johannesburg is known as the City of Gold because it was built around gold mines. The story goes that this miner worked on one of the big mines and had a family with 3 small kids. Apparently, one day he went crazy, killed his wife and kids, and then committed suicide. It was said their ghosts haunted the place. I don't know if the original story was true, but based on what I've heard, there may be some truth to the stories that followed. My ex-husband owned a health studio and coached athletes and bodybuilders. One of his clients was a young man. We'll call him Kay. He was a cadet in the police force and was also competing for the title of Mr. South Africa. He won this title and had dreams of going on to win the Mr. Universe contest. I just remember rippling muscles, blonde hair, and a shy smile. Kay and his family moved into the house. They were a normal Afrikaans family, but when they moved into the house, strange things began to happen. It started with unexplained poltergeist activity. Plates would fly out of the cupboards, and things would inexplicably fall off the walls and drop onto the floor. Kay would tell my ex, let's just call him G, about what was happening, and of course G was curious and he was also very skeptical. One day, he went to pick up Kay. He was waiting out in the yard, leaning up against the hood of his car, when a huge tree began to shake violently. Only problem was, there was no wind, and the earth remained quite still. My ex got quite a fright and was left bewildered by the experience. One night, Kay's mother heard the gate creak open. It was a spring-loaded gate and had a distinctive sound when opened. She picked up her gun and went to the window right above the gate and watched it open by itself and slam shut again. She pointed the gun out the window and called, "Who's there?" Suddenly, she felt a strong grip on her hand, and later, she said it felt like an invisible force was twisting her arm around. The gun went off, and she shot herself. When she recovered and was released from the hospital, she was never the same. She dyed her hair black and walked around like a zombie, never made eye contact with anyone. Kay's father also began to act weirdly, and Kay spent most of the time at the gym working out. One day, Kay invited my ex into the house and they enjoyed some social time with a couple of other young men. Kay took a puff on a cigarette, and while he was inhaling in front of everyone, the cigarette was whisked out of his mouth and broken up into little pieces, and then fell to the ground. My ex said he thought he was hallucinating, but everyone there that night witnessed the same thing. They also saw an African tribal mask fall off the wall and then twist into a grotesque shape. No, they were not smoking anything stronger than tobacco. There were many strange stories that came out of that place, including the story of Kay's uncle who stayed overnight and woke to see a little girl staring at him. He said she put her hands on his face and pressed with such force he was unable to breathe. I could share many more, but the worst part of the story was that eventually Kay also began to change. He developed serious anger issues, and then we learned that he got into a fight and killed someone with his bare fists. He was jailed for manslaughter. There's so much more to this story, and I could write a book about it, but I'll end on this note. When Kay's family eventually moved out of the house, it was left empty, and it stayed that way for years. I'd drive past it every day on my way to work. My office was just a few blocks away, but I also drove that way because I was curious about the place. I'd slow down as I passed to see what was going on. It really did look like a typical haunted house and never failed to give me cold shivers. Then one day I saw a for sale sign outside, and a short time later, a sold sign replaced it. When the new people moved in, they completely renovated the place. I remember thinking that it didn't look like a haunted house anymore. They fixed the garden too, but then built a wall and I could no longer see the house and stopped driving by. The story should end here, but it doesn't. One day, when I arrived at my office, I picked up our local newspaper, the Northcliffe Melville Times, and a headline grabbed my attention: Poltergeist activity in Northcliffe House. I immediately read the story, and sure enough, it was the same house. I don't know what happened to the family that moved in, but not long after that article, the house was demolished. ex-father-in-law was a troop leader for a local Boy Scouts. I was chaperoning a group of boys on a night hike in some woodland locally. I remained at the base in the car park helping prepare tea, cocoa, and snacks. A few of the kids were always around as they went out in intervals with one leader or another, so it was important for an adult to be there to supervise them. I was around 18, 19 at the time. A car pulled into the car park, which had been corded off and reserved for us to use for the day so the kids would be safe. No one got out of the car, so another leader went over to tell them that the park was off limits or to see if it was a parent showing up early for some reason. They came back almost immediately and told me to call the police. I was the only one with a phone at the time. They said the man in the car wouldn't speak, but was wearing a mask. It was actually the mask from the Scream films, and that he had a shotgun, a pile of rope, and tarpaulin in his car. I remember being so scared that I couldn't even remember the name of the park when I was speaking to the police. I was shaking and couldn't get the words out quickly enough. All I could think was that we couldn't see the car, so I had no idea if the man was still in it or out in the woods, where we had 30 kids in the dark with no way of contacting them. Thankfully, the police showed up in minutes, quickly found the man, and arrested him. He said that he was out there hunting rabbits. Why would you do so with a shotgun or need a mask and rope? I don't know. We got all the kids back safely and didn't tell them what had happened, but the sight of 7 or 8 police cars and a police dog, it was pretty difficult to ignore. Definitely one of the scariest experiences I've had. This is a story that happened back in 2015, and it still freaks me out to this day. For context, me, 25-year-old male, and my cousin, 26-year-old male, go to our grandma's house every school, university break since we were kids, and we stay there pretty much doing nothing and having fun playing video games. We always share a bedroom when we're there, and we both have our own beds. I was 15 and he was 16 at the time, and none of us have sleep paralysis. One night, we both went to the bedroom around midnight, closed the door, and fell asleep. Sometime later, my cousin got up to pee, left the room, and went to the bathroom. This caused me to wake up because of the lights. I checked my phone. It was around 2:30 a.m. He came back, closed the door, and laid on his back. And that's when it started. Keep in mind that I was 100% awake at this point, as I woken up from him opening the door and closing it. By the time he laid on his bed, this really deep-toned and steady-paced church bell started ringing, really loud inside our bedroom, near our beds. As I was listening to it, I freaked the fuck out. All I could do was cover my head with the blanket and stay there trying to hide myself. A few seconds later, that fucking bell started to wander around the room, moving in all directions, up and down, moving over my bed, around the whole bedroom. I'm not sure how long this lasted, but it felt like an eternity. It then started moving towards the door, got out of the bedroom, into the living room. The bedrooms of the house are right next to the living room. It then headed to the back of the house and disappeared. I have no idea where this came from and where it went, or even what it was. After it was gone, I honestly didn't have enough courage to say anything. I just stayed quiet, as did my cousin. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. The next day, when I woke up, I asked my cousin if he'd also heard the bell. He said yes, exactly as I had. To this day, this experience still creeps the hell out of us. We have no explanation for what happened. There are no churches in the area, and definitely no bells that ring in the middle of the night. This has been freaking us out since it happened when we were younger, and we still try to figure out some sort of explanation for it. but we've never really come up with any. So I thought I'd share it here. Any thoughts? This is a real-life experience. I was spending a summer with my dad after I finished kindergarten before starting first grade. We lived in a double-wide trailer out in the sticks on a gravel back road. The type of area where you had some woods to play in or head across the street to the recently harvested cornfield to play kickball or tag or some other childhood game. My dad and I lived with my dad's brother and his wife, as well as their 2 daughters. My cousins were a little older than me, about 4 years or so. We decided to play hide and seek one evening in the woods behind the trailer. So many spots to hide, laying down behind a fallen tree, ducking in a riverbed. Heck, if you were really crafty, you could pick a tree and climb it until you could see the whole area. We're on like round 3 when my eldest cousin said, "Is that an abandoned trailer?" When we all regrouped, and me and her sister both shot glances in the direction of her stare, and sure enough, there it was. But it didn't look that old. Just had that standard moss on the sides and dirt buildup that you'd expect a trailer in the woods to have. We sat there and stared at it for a second until my eldest piped up again and said, "You guys want to check it out?" To which me and her sister, both young and eager to venture and rebel, quickly said yes. We get up right next to it, and we can see through the kitchen window, and it's definitely abandoned. But it's weird. Everything is so dusty and disorganized, but not trashed or ransacked. Just kind of like an unorganized clutter. We got to the front door, and oddly enough, it was unlocked. So we get inside, and the amount of dust in the air is so thick that you can feel it when you breathe, like trying to breathe through a t-shirt. We get to looking around, and there's so much cool stuff. An antique rotary phone, engraved wooden cooking utensils, old glass maple syrup decanters, etc. This place was like it was preserved in the 50s or 60s. We made our way back to the master bedroom, and it was so eerie. An old, freshly made bed with a heavy-duty wooden frame, a vanity with various perfumes, makeup items. There was even a small jewelry box, one of those ones with a ballerina in it. We started looking in the closet, and I see this old wedding dress preserved in clear plastic wrap. But it was weird because it looked like it had less dust on it than the other things. That's when a cold chill ran straight up my back and made every hair stand. I turned to my cousins and said, "I think we should leave now." And they agreed, but my oldest cousin grabbed the jewelry box and said, "Finders keepers," and took off with it. I wasn't going to fight her about it because I was younger and smaller and really just wanted to get out. As we're walking out, we notice one of those old candlesticks with a light bulb in it that was on the table lit up, like someone turned on a switch, but there was no way that this place had electricity. Immediately, we're all spooked, and we run out the door. As we're running away, we look back through the kitchen window again, and all we see is what looked like a silhouette of a very frail old lady with visibly frizzy hair. It was so dark, no features could be seen. My cousin still has the jewelry box to this day, and that still freaks me out. That's the end of this one, but I look forward to hearing yours as well. I was 11 years old, angry to be staying with my dad and his new girlfriend instead of my mom. I'd already been there for almost 2 days and still had 3 more to go. I don't think my dad or his girlfriend did anything particularly wrong. The house was just boring, and I wasn't interested in socializing with them. They were all lovey-dovey to the max. I just felt like I was in the way. I spent most of the time sitting in my room, staring at the wall, since I didn't have a TV in there, and I didn't want to bother sitting with them, watching MASH or something else I couldn't stand. One evening, while sitting in my room, I see someone walk by my window. They look to be about my age. A girl. Holy crap, I could have a friend. Immediately, I dove towards the window, and I opened it wide enough before sticking my head out. I wanted to see if the girl was still there. She should have been, but she wasn't. I walked into the living room and I asked my dad, "Who's the girl that's walking around outside?" They both looked at me, confused, and my dad asked, "What girl?" I explained what I saw. My dad sort of scoffed. Of course he didn't believe me. That's what I was thinking. But instead he sat there, almost deep in thought, as his girlfriend said that if there was a girl out there, we better check it out, because the brush was rough right there. She said it would just lead her to a bunch of blackberry bushes and stuff that she shouldn't be messing with. My dad hopped up to put his shoes on, and for the first time, I was kind of excited to do whatever he was doing, so I followed him outside. I pointed out where I'd seen her start from and the direction she walked. Sure enough, as we walked the path, it was essentially a dead end. You could only get to the backyard by using the path on the other side of the house. My dad sort of threw his hands up, and I was like, "I don't know, Dad. Maybe she walked back this way, and I didn't see it because I was talking to you." He stood there a minute, and he asked me, "What did this girl look like? About your age?" I told him, "Yeah, about my age. Brownish hair, some sort of jean coat, shirt thing. I couldn't see anything below her shoulders. She was too short, or so was I." He didn't really react to what I said, but I could tell that for whatever reason, he was really thinking about it. Then he finally speaks up, telling me that's strange, referring to what I had seen. So I just repeated that she probably turned around and left. But he told me that's not why it was strange. It was strange because they know the neighbors. They aren't incredibly close by, and no one has kids. He tells me he's pretty sure he's seen the same little girl, right when he and his girlfriend first moved into the place. It's what sort of drew him to determine if the neighbors had any kids, especially any my age. I asked where he'd seen her, and he said it was right outside my window. She was walking in the same direction, and just like this time, he wasn't able to find anyone. That is weird, I remember thinking. Then I asked him, "So what is she, like a ghost or what?" He sort of laughed, but I saw him entertain the idea. He for sure didn't dismiss it. We walked back inside, and he and I never spoke about it again. But I wasn't so eager to go home anymore. For the rest of that week, I had a new mission: see this ghost girl again. I practically sat at the window. When I wasn't there, I was sitting outside doing nothing but guarding that same area outside my window. I even asked my dad if he had a camera. We didn't have camera phones back then. But he said that he didn't know, that he didn't think he had one. But I found a disposable one in one of the drawers in the garage. I figured it still had 6 photos left, so I would use those to capture a picture of the girl, and then I would just take the camera home with me. However, my efforts proved fruitless. 3 days came and went, and I never saw the girl again. I went back to that house maybe 2 or 3 other times. Still, never saw her. My dad never mentioned her again either. I've just been forever curious who she was. This may not seem like a big deal to some of you, but as a parent, this was pretty horrifying to me. It was around 1 a.m. when I woke up to a loud bang that shook my walls. My husband was still asleep, but my 8-year-old daughter rushed into our bedroom just as I was getting to my feet. She was crying because her shelves had fallen over, and that was enough to scare me. They were heavy and mounted to the wall above her bed. I couldn't imagine how they would have fallen. That was my greatest fear when she wanted them over her bed, so they were extra secure. Not that I would tell her this, but they were installed with the assumption that she might try to climb on them. I followed her to the hallway to see an intensely bright light spilling out from her room and started feeling like I was in the Twilight Zone. It reminded me of when people talk about UFOs and see a blinding light outside. I really didn't know what to think. We live in a tiny neighborhood in a tiny town. I mean, nothing happens here. When I got into her room, it was practically daylight thanks to the light spilling through her window. The shelves and the items that they held were scattered all over her bed and floor. I couldn't even get to her window, so I ran to the front door, and I saw a big truck crashed right into the side of my house, right on the other side of where my daughter's bed lay. The speed limit in our neighborhood is 25, and we live right at the bottom of a hill on a curve. To say I was furious is an understatement. The only thought I could process was how close I'd just come to having my entire world being blown apart. While dialing 911, I rushed over to the driver and instantly recognized him through the open window. Like I said, tiny town. Travis had been a year ahead of me in school, and he's known for drunk driving, but his mother is the police chief. So yeah, nothing ever happens to him. He was snoring while I explained the situation to the dispatcher, and I had to shake him awake. Travis jerked to attention, jumped out of the truck, and hovered over me, screaming that I wrecked his truck into his friend's house. When I tried to correct him, he shoved past me so hard I fell to the ground. That's when my husband finally came out, and Travis immediately ran up to him, asking if he saw that crazy bitch wreck his truck. He was belligerent, had no clue where he was or what he had done. When police arrived, they tried to put him in handcuffs, and he literally punched one of them while screaming that this was his friend's house and to go arrest the bitch that wrecked his truck. He was pointing at me, calling me every name in the book, while threatening my life. It took 3 of them to get him in handcuffs, and that only lasted until his mom arrived. She asked to speak with my husband in private. In the end, Travis got off scot-free again, and we got our wall fixed. I was livid. I'm still livid. No one did anything. My daughter could have died. He could have died. No one cared. I had to watch while 3 officers uncuffed that drunk piece of shit and helped him into the back of his mom's car. Just before they closed his door, I heard one of them say the bitch was getting arrested and not to worry about it. They sat there and fed his delusions right in front of me, like he'd just hopped a curb instead of driving a truck through my kid's room. The scariest part about all of this is that he wrecked another truck the following week. He was drunk again, but luckily, no other people were involved. It's only a matter of time before he kills someone. It's absolutely terrifying that this kind of crap still flies under the radar in 2024. The police down here don't care about body cams or witnesses because they've been getting away with this garbage for generations, and not one of them has ever suffered a consequence. I'm ashamed of my hometown. It disgusts me. It was almost midnight in the master bedroom of our beautiful home in Maui, Hawaii. My wife and I were settling into bed, and there was a soft light in the room. All of a sudden, we hear the very distinct sound of a child's footsteps running down the hall towards our bedroom. It caught both of our attention immediately. The sound came to an end right on the other side of our closed bedroom door. We both looked at the closed door in silence, only to see the door handle, which was a lever style and not a normal round doorknob, slowly turned down as the door began to open. It was clear as could be. We both watched in suspense, which quickly turned to fear as the door pushed in and all the way open to reveal no one. Now the fear turned to horror as the child's loud footsteps began walking again, and this time they were clearly coming toward the bed. There was a slight pause, and then something happened that my logical, non-superstitious mind will never be able to really explain. There was suddenly the weight of a young child climbing on our bed, and although completely invisible, this energy moved to the middle between the 2 of us and settled in. The indentation on the blankets and mattress were as clear as could be, and yet there was no one there. We turned to each other in absolute horror, as we both knew we were seeing the same thing. How could this be? Who was this, and why were they in our bed? After a few minutes, this entity, which we both agreed felt like a small male child, disappeared as fast as he appeared. We laid there for a long, sleepless night, and the next day, through many calls and inquiries, we found out why this and many other things, some even more terrifying, had been happening to us. We learned that the man that built our house did so as a dream home to his wife and young family. He had a 3-year-old son who, shortly after the house was completed, died in the home. He tragically drowned in the bathroom, off the hallway right outside of our bedroom. A bathroom, by the way, where the bathtub had mysteriously filled and then overflowed with water and flooded the house on numerous occasions, even when no one was home. But that's another story, if you're interested. We realized that his son was still present in our house and had been for the 2 years that we lived there. The day we learned this full story, we left all of our belongings except a suitcase of clothes and left Hawaii, moving to Oregon on the U.S. mainland. We sold the house furnished as is and never stepped foot in it again. That was the scariest thing I've ever seen in our bedroom. Luckily, never had to see it again. So, first of all, please excuse my ignorance with certain matters, but I'm desperate for answers. I've never really been into scary stuff at all, so I've never browsed these topics. But I'm hoping someone has an idea of what I saw. In case it matters, I'm a 23-year-old female, and I just moved to Oregon 6 months ago. I'm originally from Maine, so obviously that's been an adjustment, but in a good way. I love my new home and job. I've made amazing friends, and I'm dating someone new. But then there's this other thing. Well, first, before you suggest it, you should know that I've never had any mental health issues. I've never been depressed or overly anxious. If anything, I had the most normal, boring life you could possibly imagine, until recently. I live in a semi-wooded but suburban area. I have neighbors, but we have a small stretch of woods between us. We aren't exactly far apart, but we aren't on top of each other either. I decided to plant a few flower beds in a small garden in the backyard, which obviously required spending a significant amount of time outside. It was never a problem to work during the day, but as it grew darker, I would hear something moving around in the woods. It sounded too heavy to be a raccoon or anything like that, so I thought it was one of my neighbors, and that kind of freaked me out, especially since the later it got, the closer it seemed to come. That part really freaked me out, so I started gardening as early as possible, but my work schedule wasn't always very sensitive to this necessity. Even so, I got it done, and my garden grew just fine. The first time I actually laid eyes on the thing making all of this noise was a couple of days before the first tomatoes would be ripe enough to pick. I had been excited about the prospect, and as a result found myself staring through the patio doors more and more. Except, on this night, something else was back there too. At first I wasn't sure what I was seeing, so I turned on the floodlights, but then I couldn't believe what I was seeing. In the middle of my backyard was an extremely pale humanoid figure, crouched down on all fours, but it looked to be about the size of a large man. It had no nose, no mouth, but there was a shining green eye in the center of its forehead, with 2 more on either side of its head. Maybe they weren't eyes, but they were glowing. I've never been so terrified in all of my life. I called 911 and got as far as, "Help, there's a..." before realizing what I would sound like if I told the truth. Ultimately, I worried they wouldn't send anyone if it sounded like a prank, so I said there was a strange man in a mask crouched in my backyard. I desperately wished for it to be the truth, but I just didn't see how any human's arms could be that long. I hid in a closet until the police arrived. They searched the woods around my house, but whatever I'd seen was gone. The officer said it was probably just a neighborhood kid fooling around, and to call back if I saw anything else. Well, there wasn't anything else until 3 nights later. I was sleeping, but the sound of the squeaking floor began to seep into my dreams, and the long creak of the bedroom door brought me back to reality. I didn't move at first. My mind was too foggy to immediately comprehend the danger behind such sounds, but my eyes soon shot open with the harsh realization, and I screamed at the sight before me. The creature was standing in my doorway, just watching. It didn't move, and neither did I. Aside from being frozen with fear and shock, I also worried it might charge at the first sign of any disturbance. I'm not sure what time it was when this happened, so I can't say for sure how long we stayed like that, but it was almost 4 a.m. when the thing finally left. It backed out into the hallway without ever taking its eyes away from me, and I listened as it made its way out the door. Ever since that night, I've kept everything locked and placed a burglar bar on my sliding glass door. So far, it hasn't gotten back inside, but I've seen it in my yard twice since then. The last time was just 2 nights ago, and I know it's going to keep coming back. I also know I sound like a lunatic, but I have no clue what I should do next. Can anyone help me? Does the Hat Man have a nemesis who's bigger than him? I read recently, either Reddit or Facebook, someone was talking about having to touch base with higher frequency beings to get them to deal with the Hat Man. I'm not sure how all of that works because I believe in God, and I believe that you should be able to get rid of him. Nonetheless, I have always felt a lingering, dark cloud. I saw the Hat Man when I was 6, and since then, my life has been an interesting one, full of bad luck, heartbreak, and a lot of paranormal encounters. Recently, I've had weird things happening. Phantom voices in my room, phantom banging on the door. I felt like he was close and watching me, but I didn't see him. It's definitely not a haunting, as my house, it's not haunted. Last night I had a very vivid dream that I was in a very light, beautiful place with the Hat Man and a woman. I'm not sure if she was an angel or what she was, but she reminded me of the goddess of mercy. A woman draped in white and very stately, and it looked like a courtroom in the sense that even though everything was cloudy and light, she was seated higher, and to the left of her, the Hat Man was sitting crouched, as if in a dock awaiting sentence. She spoke and said I didn't need to worry about him anymore, that she would be dealing with him for what he's done to me. Today is one of the first days in many, many years that I've felt lighter. I don't feel like I'm weighted down by anything dark or ominous. I don't know if it was just a dream, but I got the feeling his recent efforts to mess with me were very much against the order of heaven, and he was being made accountable. I've never dreamt about him before. So, I don't know if my dream was because of what I read, but I feel lighter, and it's hard to explain, but I've lost the feeling that darkness is inevitable in my life. I didn't even realize till today how strong that feeling had been. Every hood is haunted. I think it's actually an atrocity that I don't hear more stories about people claiming they're haunted projects. I'll get to the real story, but understand I had experienced weird shit in the hood for as long as I could remember. In the streets, especially in areas near the school, you'd see these wispy things. I say things, but man, these were people. Ghosts. You can just see that shit on a Saturday night for free. They didn't mean harm or anything, they just seemed to exist. Some people were too scared to hang around long, but enough of us had seen them to know the place was haunted. I really thought everywhere was haunted. I still kind of do. But this story, it's not about those wispy things. It's about something I couldn't quite wrap my head around. Still can't. Our apartment complex in Baltimore had a little concrete, overgrown quarter court with a beat-up wooden backboard and metal chain hoop. I was an only child, and my mom worked a lot, so I'd spend most of my afternoons into evenings out there shooting on the makeshift court. I'd be out there until it would be too dark to see the hoop, and the ball's ricochet became dangerously hard to track. I'd be 11 after celebrating my birthday a day prior. My mom purchased me a glow-in-the-dark basketball. Real ballers know about night-bright balls. If you're not a real baller, they were basketballs that you'd have to leave up near a light source for a long time, and then when you turn the light off, the basketball slightly glows for a while, enabling you to kind of play basketball in the dark outside. The hoop is still pitch black, but you can see where the ball went. I'd left mine under a large desk lamp all that day, and I waited for the sun to set before I walked down to the court. The dim, soft glow of my basketball kept me hyped, even though I realized my childlike expectation would exceed the actual illumination limitations of the ball. When I got to the court, the sun was still setting, and by the time it was fully dark, the ball had started to lose its vibrancy. So I started to take my last few buzzer-beater scenario jumpers before calling it good for the night. I'm back in the grass for a deep three. After I release the ball, I watch the soft light sail through the black. All I can clearly make out is the ball, and as I watch its arch sink, I hear the chained hoop swoosh and rattle. Right after it goes through the metal net, it stops in midair, like someone had silently caught it standing under the hoop. The ball is frozen above the ground. It's almost like my eyes couldn't process what I was seeing. I didn't know whether to be scared or gracious that someone had caught my ball before it bounced away. From where I'm standing, I lift up my arms and I shout, "Hey, can you toss that back?" I stayed where I was because I half thought that I might be getting robbed, because that ball didn't move. At age 11, I'd already been threatened with a knife by an adult and engaged in my fair share of fights. I've won some fights, I've gotten my ass beat as well, but I've never ran. Even at that age, I was headstrong. So when I perceived this as someone messing with me, I took a step towards the floating, glowing basketball. I still couldn't make out who this person was holding the ball, so I took another step and said hello again. My eyes are fixed on the ball as it suddenly falls from the air, bouncing to the ground with its original intended impact, like unpausing a movie. The sharp sound of its rubber bounce echoes off the apartment walls, and the sudden noise makes me literally jump out of my skin. As the echoes ceased, the court became quiet. Too quiet for my liking, so I decided to dip home, almost forgetting my ball. As soon as I turn around to grab the thing, it's actively rolling towards me, still quiet as fuck. I hesitated to grab the thing. It's one thing to face someone twice your size, but it's a whole new deal facing something with no face at all. Fuck it. I left the ball. I didn't run home, just made it there at a leisure pace. But damn, I wanted to run. I remember lying to my mom. I don't know why, but I figured she wouldn't believe my story, and if she did, the only part she'd care about is the fact that I'd left the ball there. Let's just say that she's not afraid of no ghosts, but that's her, not me. As far as she's concerned, it was just another day in the hood when someone bigger than me took something they wanted. Kind of screwed myself out of nightballing, though. In Baltimore, I had a 1 in 12 chance of becoming one of these spectral homeboys that you see on the Ring doorbell videos nowadays. I'm not going to get on here and act hard. My mom moved us out of Scranton when I was 12. My grandpa died of cancer. My mom was his only child. They had an estranged relationship, but he had no one else in his life, no living relative. And the only person that was even listed on any legal documents was his daughter, my mom. So she took everything he left her and moved us out to Scranton. That's where I learned that the wispy people I'd seen in Baltimore, they weren't everywhere. Last fall, I went on a nighttime hayride. Not a spooky one. Well, it wasn't supposed to be spooky. It was supposed to be a scenic ride through a moonlit forest trail. I didn't even want to do it, but my best friend had got dumped the night before she planned to go. Tegan loves all the outdoorsy stuff. The stench of horses is basically her perfume. The ride started at 9, and the trail was a big loop that normally takes an hour to complete. But we were there through the following morning. All together with the driver and a young couple, we were a group of 5. Everything was completely normal for the first leg of the trip, but a few minutes before we arrived at the halfway marker, the guy across from me noted that the forest sounds had suddenly gone silent. There were no birds, no bugs, no rustling trees, nothing beyond the horses clomping in the squeaky wagon. I probably wouldn't have noticed it on my own, but once you do notice, there's no ignoring it. It takes a vast, heavy silence to cover an area that large. No one spoke again until we actually arrived at the halfway point. We were only stopping for a few minutes. There was a little bench for anyone who wanted to take pictures or just look around, and a bathroom. But as we started to climb back into the wagon, that strange, eerie silence was broken by a high-pitched scream. Both of the horses suddenly went crazy. The driver was just as shocked by their behavior as everyone else. He assured us that the scream had only been a bobcat, something that the horses heard on a regular basis. After several minutes of trying to calm the horses, they finally began to settle down, but the driver didn't want to risk an accident. Instead, he called his son to come get us in a pickup, and after giving us the update, he stepped away to make a second call. It was during that time that the rest of us heard a muffled cry from deeper in the forest. It was different from the bobcat scream. This was more akin to someone shouting for help with their mouth gagged. The 4 of us stared into the dark forest without moving for what felt like several minutes, until Tegan called out, "Hello? Is anyone there? Do you need help?" "Hello? Anyone there? Help!" The reply was instant, and though garbled, it was clearly a woman's voice. She sounded desperate, as if she'd been struggling against someone or something. I was getting ready to call 911 when the guy who sat across from me suddenly darted into the woods. His girlfriend called after him, but he didn't even spare a glance back. We heard him call out to the woman just once more, and then we never heard from either of them again. The driver noticed the commotion at the same time that his son was pulling up, and I'll never forget the look of sheer terror on his face as we explained the situation. We wanted to search the woods ourselves, but he wouldn't hear of it. He just said that it was too dangerous to go into that part of the forest after dark. Even search and rescue wouldn't come out until the next morning. But they never found any sign of that poor guy. I just don't understand so many things that happened that night. I don't understand how someone is right in front of you one minute and seemingly gone from the face of the earth in the next.